Chapter 2755. Su Chong activated his secret skill to increase his speed. As he ran, he asked anxiously, "High officially, can you hold on?" One stab to the heart was enough to kill him. However, he could not stop to treat him at this time. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Chuli. "Take this." Huff, huff. Chuli crushed the jade bottle and stuffed the pill inside into his mouth. He panted heavily and shook his head. "I'm not dead yet. He can use 3 swords in total. There's still one left." This was indeed what he felt from the previous attack. When the Cosmos sword entered his body, the Cosmos bracelet failed to protect him. However, the two came from the same source. Since he could activate the Cosmos bracelet, he also had a good understanding of the Cosmos sword. He could feel the power contained in the sword and could use it one more time. "I see. Cunning guy," Su Chong said hatefully. "Are you really okay?" Chuli breathed heavily, and his body gradually became heavy. He said with difficulty, "The universe bracelet blocked it for a while. It didn't pierce through." He looked down at his chest as he spoke. The bleeding had stopped. After taking the spirit pill, an endless stream of energy was produced from his organs. It flowed continuously and contained a strong vitality. He did not wither immediately and could still hold on. Su Chong said, "Hold on. As long as you can go back, you'll live." "Ha, it's funny to live." Pang Tea laughed from afar. He was extremely happy. The universe sword pierced his heart. "Li Chi, this is your fate. Why did you go against heaven's equal faction? You'll definitely die." Chuli closed his eyes and did not speak. He seemed to have fainted. "Hold on," Su Chong shouted. Pang Tea laughed. "You can't hold on anymore. Su Chong, stop struggling. You can't escape either. Pang, it's either you or me who dies today." Su Chong suddenly stopped and put Chu Li on a tree root. Chu Li leaned weakly against the thick, ancient tree and struggled to open his eyes. "Faction leader, don't fight with him. You go first. Don't talk. Conserve your energy," Su Chong said. He slowly took a step forward and took out a black iron tag. He raised it above his head and said, "Pang Tea, look at this." Pang Tea did not rush to attack. Indeed, he could only unleash one more strike. Once the strike was unleashed, his entire body would be drained of energy, and he would need to slow down to recover some of his inner energy. It could be said that this strike would determine life and death. If Su Chong did not die, then he would. Hence, he had to be extremely cautious. Moreover, there was Chu Li. He was waiting for Chu Li to die. Once the Cosmos sword pierced him, the sword energy would condense and not disperse. It would continue to destroy Chu Li until he died. The longer this dragged on, the more certain Chu Li would die. Once Chu Li died, he felt that Su Chong's mind would be in a mess, and that would be the perfect opportunity. At that time, he would be able to strike with his sword without fail. He focused on the black metal token, and his expression changed slightly. "The Heavenly Kill Order. You finally know your stuff." "That's right, it's the Heavenly Kill token," Su Chong said in a low voice. "I thought you had a trump card, but I didn't have one. I didn't want to be calculated with you earlier, but since you were so untactful and want to fight to the death, then so be it." Pang Tea's face was gloomy as he stared at the black metal token. The metal token was half the size of a palm, and there was an exquisite pattern carved on it. It was a spinning wheel, and when one stared at it, it seemed like the wheel was spinning, sucking one's mind into it. Apart from this exquisite wheel, there were also some strange patterns, which vaguely formed the word kill. The Heavenly Kill Order was a legendary treasure, and it was said that it was impossible to guard against it. As long as the holder burned enough of his lifespan and inner energy, he would be able to form a powerful attack. It was impossible to miss. This attack could not be avoided, and one could only take it head-on. If one could resist it, they would escape death, but if not, they would die. This order could only be used once a day, so it was also a one-hit kill. If one did not burn enough of his lifespan, the power of this attack might not be enough to kill his opponent. When that happened, his inner energy would be lost, and he would be at the mercy of others. Therefore, one had to be extremely cautious when using this order. "Are you really going to use the Heavenly Kill Order?" Pang Tea's face was gloomy, and it was obvious that he felt threatened. You forced me to do this. Su Chong nodded slowly. Pang Tea said, looks like only one of us will fall. Then it must be you. Su Chong said, I'd rather save a month of my lifespan to kill you. With the universe sword and universe bracelet, the equal of heaven faction is nothing to worry about, and I'll definitely destroy them. Pang Tea suddenly smiled and then burst out laughing. Su Chong frowned and stared at him and said coldly, Are you crazy? Pang Tea took out a metal tag and raised it high and laughed. Look at this. Death exemption tag. Su Chong glanced at it, and his face turned pale. He thought that as the leader of the equal of heaven faction, Pang Tea must have a few trump cards like himself, but he did not expect him to have so many trump cards, including the death exemption tag. With this tag, Su Chong's heavenly kill order would lose its effect. The death exemption tag happened to be the bane of the heavenly kill order. Ha! Pang Tea laughed. It's useless. Surname Su, you must die today. He glanced at Chu Li as he spoke. Chu Li was sitting under the tree with his eyes closed, motionless as if he was dead. Feeling his gaze, Chu Li opened his eyes and said slowly, Leader Pang, I've disappointed you. I'm alive and well, and the universe bracelet is still somewhat useful. The sword force of the universe sword has been neutralized by it. Very good. There's no one who can survive the universe sword. Pang Tea gritted his teeth and was secretly anxious. If this dragged on, he might not die, so he had to kill Su Chong first. His hatred for Chu Li surpassed Su Chong's, and he swore to kill Chu Li. Swoosh! A flash of lightning appeared, and Pang Tea instantly became one with his sword and stabbed Su Chong. Su Chong did not have time to dodge, and just barely managed to avoid the attack. The tip of the sword had already pierced through his body, and he instantly froze. The sword force was like lightning, and when it stabbed him, it made his whole body numb, and he could not exert any force. Ha! Pang Tea laughed and pulled out his sword again. Bang! He suddenly flew out, and the death exemption tag in his hand turned into powder with a crisp pop. Li Chi! Pang Tea widened his eyes in shock. Chu Li had already opened his eyes and was staring at him with bright eyes. Pang Tea looked down at the universe bracelet on the ground and realized that it was the universe bracelet that had flown over to hit him. If it was not for the death exemption tag, he would have been dead by now. Good move. Pang Tea gave a thumbs up in the air and flew straight into the distance. His inner energy had not recovered, and he only needed 2 or 3 breaths to recover. When that time came, he would escape as far as possible. As long as he escaped, Su Chong would not be determined to use the heavenly kill order. He concluded that Chu Li only had the strength to attack once, and being stabbed in the heart was no joke. Bang! A cold light caught up to him, and with a swoosh, it turned around to face him. He flew toward Chu Li again, and blood spurted from his mouth, filling the air with a bloody mist. Then, with a bang, he exploded, and blood and flesh splattered all over the sky. The extremely heavy universe bracelet's attack was shocking, and Pang Tea did not have any protective force. Even if his body was strong, he could not withstand it. Phew! Su Chong let out a long breath and hurried to Chu Li's side. Chapter 2756. Is it serious? Su Chong asked worriedly. He saw that Chu Li's mouth was bleeding again. It was obvious that his old injury had relapsed. Chu Li clutched his head, gritted his teeth, and said, I finally killed him. I'm so lucky. Pang Tea had too many trump cards. If it wasn't for the Chinquin sword that made him lose his inner force, he wouldn't have been able to use his Chinquin bracelet. Fortunately, he only had 1 death exemption token. Activating the interspatial bracelet twice was already too much for him, so he couldn't activate it again. Now, it was as if there was a knife twisting in his head, and the pain was unbearable. It was a pain that could make a person collapse, and he could only rely on slight twisting to alleviate it. Otherwise, he would want to stab himself to death with a sword. Alas, I'm so lucky to have you. Su Chong shook his head and sighed. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life. He didn't have as many trump cards as Pang Tea. The Heavenly Slaughter Medallion was countered by the death exemption medallion, so it was useless. Moreover, Pang Tai still had a sword that could leave him half dead. After that, Pang Tai could easily kill him. Chu Li gritted his teeth and said slowly, "We were lucky. We should go back now." "You can't go back with your injuries," Su Chong said. Chu Li's mouth split open again and blood gushed out. "If he were to teleport now, he would probably die." Chu Li replied, "I have the universe bracelet to protect me, so I'll be fine." Su Chong nodded. "What about headaches?" Chu Li gritted his teeth and sighed. "It'll take a while for it to ease." Su Chong was experienced and knowledgeable, so he knew that Chu Li's headache must be related to the flying attack from the interspatial bracelet, which was caused by him consuming too much of his spirit. He pondered for a moment before he took out a pill and swallowed it. After that, he meditated and regulated his breathing for a moment before he walked over to Pang Tai's side. He picked up the universe sword and found its scabbard before he returned the sword to its scabbard. Then, he carried the sword in one hand and Chu Li in the other as he glided away. When he ran out of the range of the void locking stone, he suddenly disappeared. The two of them appeared in Chu Li's courtyard. Su Chong disappeared in a flash and soon reappeared with a jade porcelain in his hand. He poured out a red pill and stuffed it into Chu Li's mouth. "This is for nourishing his spirit." As soon as the spirit pill entered his mouth, it immediately turned into clear air and entered his brain. The void in Chu Li's mind, which had been shaking incessantly, suddenly slowed down. Then, the shaking became less intense. Although it was still painful, it was not as painful as before. He leaned against the stone table and stopped twisting. He raised his head and let out a long sigh. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were lifeless and unfocused. He looked extremely haggard. Su Chong smiled and said, "It seems to work." He shoved the jade bottle into Chu Li's hands. "It's okay to eat a few more." Chu Li opened the jade bottle and swallowed 3 pills in one go. Only then did he truly heave a sigh of relief. His mind had calmed down, and the Buddhas had already suppressed the shock. The second attack just now was too risky, and he had almost destroyed himself. "How is it?" Su Chong asked. Chu Li smiled. "I'm much better now. Let me see if Pang Tai is really dead." Pang Tai had too many trump cards. What if it was just an illusion? When he thought of this, he closed his eyes and began to execute the all-seeing divine ability. However, he could not sense anything, so it was clear that Pang Tai, he was already dead. "Where's the Cosmos sword?" Chu Li opened his eyes. Su Chong handed over the Cosmos sword. Chu Li took it and activated his Heaven's Eye, but the blade was wrapped in an invisible force. He could not see it clearly, but he did not dare to activate the talisman in his mind again. Otherwise, his head would really explode. "This sword belongs to you," Su Chong said. Chu Li smiled and shook his head as he handed it back. "Looks like Pang Tai is really dead." Although the Cosmos sword was amazing, it was different from the universe bracelet. It could not hide from the heavens. Through the all-seeing divine ability, he could sense that the owner of the sword was dead, and he finally sighed in relief. If Pang Tai he was still alive, he was not confident that he could kill him again. "Let's go take a look outside." Su Chong smiled. "How's your injury?" Chu Li replied, "It's no big deal." Although his heart had been stabbed, the spirit pill had protected it, so it was still full of vitality. As long as he did not fight, he would be fine. The two of them arrived at the path of conscience and looked at the forest opposite. There was a group of people surrounding the forest, but they only stared at the forest in silence and did not move. There were many people standing on all 4 sides, and each of them had an imposing aura. They were still suppressing and counter-suppressing the aura of the people around them. Even though they were just standing there without channeling, their clothes were already fluttering as if they were standing in a strong wind. When Chu Li and Su Chong appeared, the people immediately restrained their aura, and their clothes became calm again. "Faction leader." The people fist saluted. Su Chong waved his hand. He was also injured. The universe sword aura had been harassing him, and his injury had not healed. "Faction leader, High Official Li, have you gotten rid of Pang Tai?" Wei Ren walked forward and asked in a low voice. Su Chong nodded. Killed him. Wei Rin's eyes widened as he cried out, Killed Pang Tai? Su Chong nodded, pretending not to care. Wei Rin said, Faction leader Pang Tai is dead. Dead. Su Chong said, Don't make a fuss. Pang Tai, he couldn't have died. I really didn't expect this. Wei Rin shook his head and sighed. It said that his cultivation level was extremely shocking, and he had many treasures on him. Faction leader was actually able to kill him. I'm really impressed. He fist saluted with sincerity, especially when he had a burden like Li Qi with him, but he was still able to kill Pang Tai. He had really underestimated the faction leader. It seemed that the faction leader had been secretly cultivating hard to achieve such a result. Su Chong waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Let's take a look at the people inside. Elder Song, Elder Chung, Elder Wu, and Elder Huang, how are they? 4 white-haired elders' fists saluted and said in a low voice, Faction leader, don't worry. The formation hasn't been broken. Their formation breaking stones have only broken 3 layers of the formation. There are still 2 layers that haven't been broken. It's enough to keep them occupied. They had already predicted that there would be formation breaking stones. So when they were setting up the formation, they had set up 5 layers of formations at the same time. There were formations within a formation, and after one layer was broken, there would be another. One of the elders smiled at Chu Li. High Official Li's prediction was accurate. As expected, they entered here without any defenses. It's never been so easy. He had already guessed that those people dared to be so unscrupulous because they had formation-breaking stones. They felt that they were not afraid, even if there was a formation, but he never thought that they would set up 5 layers of formations here. The power of their formation-breaking stones was shocking. They had broken 3 layers of the formation in one go, and the 4th layer was almost broken as well. Chu Li smiled. No matter how accurate my prediction is, the 4 elders' formation isn't good enough. They won't be able to enter without a sound and trap them. Su Chong waved his hand to stop them from talking. He said in a low voice, Let's talk about how to deal with them first. Of course we'll kill them, Wei Rin said calmly. Those who attack the mountain should be killed without hesitation as a warning to the world. Makes sense. Yes. Kill them all. Everyone was talking at once. They were elated, their eyes lit up, and their voices were loud. Killing more than 400 enemies in one go, and they were all top-notch masters at that. It was a great feat. The whole world would know about it, and the Southern Sky Gate would become even more famous. Who would dare to mess with them? Su Chong's gaze swept across everyone. Their eyes were all shining, and they wanted to do it right now. He frowned. Wei Rin said, Faction leader, you don't want to kill them? More than 400 top-notch masters. It'll be a waste to kill them, Su Chong said. No, we'll wait for them to come back for revenge, Wei Rin said hurriedly. Chapter 2757. Su Chong shook his head and said nothing. Everyone slowly quieted down and looked at Su Chong. Su Chong said, Killing so many people is against the harmony of heaven. Sectmaster, we can't care about whether or not this will harm the heavens. It's really dangerous to let so many people go back. Sima Xing said in a low voice. They must be unhappy and think that we played tricks on them. They will definitely find an opportunity to take revenge. Su Chong frowned and pondered. Their level of cultivation was not high enough. At his level, he could vaguely feel the existence of merit, and its influence on fate and martial arts cultivation was real. Therefore, he did not dare to kill so many people at once. He slowly turned his head to look at Chu Li. Everyone's gaze fell upon Chu Li. This time, it was all thanks to Chu Li that they were able to successfully take down these 400 martial arts masters and attack the Heaven's Equal Factions lair. Even if they were not completely convinced by Chu Li, they could not ignore him. His words were more effective than theirs. High Official Li, what do you think? Su Chong asked. Chu Li nodded. Indeed, it is not advisable to kill them all. Otherwise, it would harm the harmony of the heavens and harm our future cultivation. Everyone laughed and shook their heads, feeling that this statement was a little ridiculous. Chu Li said sternly, Does everyone think that this is empty talk? They came to kill us, and we killed them instead. That's not against the heavens, right? Wei Ren asked. Chu Li shook his head. God has the virtue of cherishing life. Killing too much is ultimately a bad thing. There are too many top experts who have killed countless people, Wei Ren said. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. The heavenly mystery is real. Then how do you propose we deal with these people? Su Chang asked. Chu Li said, let the sects redeem their people. You could demand an exorbitant price and rip them off. Letting them off so easily? Sima Xing frowned and said, what if they come back for revenge? Chu Li smiled. If they really dare to take revenge, it doesn't matter if we kill them again next time. They're just asking for it. You can escape a natural disaster, but you can't escape a self-inflicted one. They can't blame us. I didn't expect High Official Li to be so soft-hearted. Wei Ren shook his head. Everyone was a little disappointed. A real man should be straightforward in his actions. Since he had the chance to kill these fellows, why should he hold back? Being soft-hearted would eventually invite revenge and big trouble. Su Chang looked at Chu Li and nodded in satisfaction. Wei Ren said, Sect Master, you should make up your mind. How should we deal with them? Who are the people inside? Su Chang asked. An old man with white eyebrows and beard said, 200 from the Heavens Equal Sect, 100 from the Heaven Saber Sect, and 100 from the Tri-Peak Sect. Trap them for 2 days first, Su Chang said. We need to add a few more layers to the array, in case they come over to break the array. Yes. The 4 white-haired elders nodded vigorously. Are you really going to let them go? Wei Ren asked. Su Chang nodded. Senior Apprentice Brother Wei, the elders should come to Heart Questioning Hall and discuss what price they should pay. Even the 200 experts from the Equal Heaven Sect were spared, Wei Ren said with dissatisfaction. Su Chang said they can't do anything now. It's better to cripple them first. Even if they take revenge, it'll be a little later, Wei Ren said. After obtaining enough benefits, they would need some time to digest and increase the overall strength of the Southern Sky Gate. Those 200 experts would need some time to recover their martial arts, and the Southern Sky Gate would not be afraid at that time. Su Chang finally shook his head. With Pang Tea dead and Yuan Long dead, the Equal Heaven Sect was no longer a threat. As long as they obtained enough benefits and took the opportunity to increase the strength of the Southern Sky Gate, there was no need to cripple these 200 experts. He was not afraid of the Equal Heaven Sect. There was no need to kill these experts. They just needed to trap them and not let them go. The Equal Heaven Sect had too many enemies. They would take the opportunity to hit them when they were down. These 200 top-notch experts were too important to the Equal Heaven Sect. It was a matter of life and death, so the Equal Heaven Sect had to yield. Even if the Southern Sky Gate asked for a lion's share, the Equal Heaven Sect would have to swallow it. Gate Leader. Wei Ren was anxious. Su Chang waved his hand. Let's go to Heart Questioning Hall first. Chu Li gave a fist salute. Gate Leader, I have to go back and heal. All right, Su Chang nodded. Be careful. He knew that Chu Li's injuries were very serious. Even with the spirit pill, he had to be careful. Pang Tea's attack could not be underestimated. Chu Li nodded and smiled. He gave a fist salute to everyone, then turned around and slowly walked back. Wei Ren said, Gate Leader, do you really not want High Official Li to come up with an idea? High Official Li almost lost his life this time. Let him rest well. He doesn't have to worry about such a small matter. Su Chang said. Wei Ren sighed. Our victory this time was all thanks to High Official Li. Yes. Everyone nodded. In the end, they had only fought one battle and had the advantage in numbers. Unlike the Gate Leader and High Official Li, they had to face Pang Tea's crazy pursuit alone and rack their brains to come up with a plan. When everyone returned to Heart Questioning Hall, they began to discuss. They were not in a hurry. These 400 experts needed to be tortured for a while to prevent them from being released. The Equal Heaven Sect, the Heaven Saber Sect, and the Tri-Peak Sect needed to make them anxious so that they could ask for a lion's share. Chu Li returned to the courtyard. As soon as he sat down, his expression changed. The raging hellfire engulfed him instantly. It was as if he was in magma and was being burned by the boiling hellfire. He desperately activated the glazed lotus scripture. The interspatial bracelet was useless at this time. Even though it was a treasure from a higher level, it could not withstand the hellfire. The hellfire burned Chu Li. The glazed lotus scripture kept changing. Chu Li happened to be at his weakest. His spirit was weak, so the glazed lotus scripture was not as agile as usual. Its power was greatly reduced. He felt that his consciousness was fading. In shock, he could not care about anything else. He appeared in the Great Mercy Temple in Monk Hui Guang's courtyard. Monk Hui Guang was cultivating. When he saw Chu Li suddenly appear, his aura was weak and his body was emitting a strong power. He knew at a glance that Chu Li was in a bad situation. He went to the Great Strength Hall and stood on the steps of the hall. He greeted with pressed palms, "Abbot." Abbot Xing walked out slowly. His tall and burly body was wearing a purple gold kasaya. Under the sunlight, it shone with a purple gold light. He looked dignified. "Hui Guang, what's the matter?" "Something's wrong," Monk Hui Guang said hurriedly. He then returned to his courtyard. Xing frowned. He took a step forward and came to Monk Hui Guang's courtyard. He saw the black flame around Chu Li. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and went straight up to the sky. His expression changed. "Abbot," Monk Hui Guang said hurriedly. Xing's expression was solemn. He pressed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. "Abbot, is he?" Monk Hui Guang said in a low voice. "Can he be saved?" Solitary Heart Manor was solemn and serious as he stared at Chu Li. He sighed and said, "You must have been tainted with an enormous amount of karma. How could this happen?" Monk Hui Guang asked, "Can he be saved?" "We can only try." Monk Hui Guang frowned and sighed. He lowered his head and took off the prayer beads around his neck. He tossed them gently. Suddenly, the prayer beads flew to Chu Li's head. When they were about to fall, they were blocked by an invisible force. The prayer beads slowly emitted a golden light. They flickered continuously, and Sanskrit was faintly heard. Chapter 2758. Seeing this, Monk Ding Ding felt a glimmer of hope. It was obvious that this plaque from the Hall of Merit that he often saw had something special. It might really be able to save Ding Ru. As he thought about this, he looked at Xing. Xing looked up at the sky as if he was in a daze, but his expression was grim. He did not look relaxed at all. His heart sank as he knew that Chu Li could not be saved. Monk Hui Guang wanted to get closer, but stopped. Although the flames on Chu Li's body did not have any temperature, it gave him a strong warning that he would definitely die if he touched it. No matter how powerful he was, he could not afford to offend the negative karma. Yet he had to watch his disciple die. He felt that this was a great punishment for him. "Abbot," Monk Ding Ding said, "is there no other way?" "There's no use." Xing retracted his gaze and sighed. He can only rely on himself. This merit plaque is already the most powerful, but it's not worth mentioning compared to the negative karma he's offended. Hui Guang, prepare for his funeral. Sigh. "Abbot, junior brother Ding Ru is not dead yet," Ding Ding said hurriedly. Xing shook his head lightly. "He won't be able to escape this." "I believe he can," Monk Hui Guang said in a low voice. Xing did not say anything else. He stared at the fire of karma that covered the sky and shook his head. If they could see the fire of karma, they wouldn't have such hope. No one could resist such a fire of karma. Even if they had the glazed lotus scripture, it would be useless. It was like using a drop of water to douse a bonfire. As time passed, Chu Li's body became smaller and shriveled. In the end, he became a skeleton. His vitality became fainter and finally disappeared. They could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Monk Ding Ding said, "Abbot, do you want to find the honorable masters to send junior brother Ding Ru to the west?" "There's no way." Xing sighed. "Under the fire of karma, both body and spirit can't escape. They'll all be burned and their souls will vanish." Monk Ding Ding wanted to howl at the sky. Monk Hui Guang stared at the burning skeleton. He was motionless as if he had lost his soul. Xing glanced at him and said nothing. It was useless to say anything now. He could only watch helplessly as his disciple died bit by bit. Only those who had experienced it personally would understand the pain. Words were useless at this moment. "Huh." Monk Huiguang's eyes suddenly lit up. The burning skeleton suddenly sat up straight, crossed its legs, and sat in the lotus position. Logically speaking, Chuli was only left with a burning skeleton and had lost all signs of life, so he should not be able to move at all. However, he was sitting in a lotus position on his own. It was truly strange. How could he move without any signs of life? The gazes of the three of them were attracted, and a glimmer of hope appeared in them. The skeleton that Chu Li had transformed into sat in the lotus position. The flames were burning fiercely, becoming more and more intense. As time passed, the color of the skeleton began to change. The original pale, white color gradually became lustrous white like white jade. Its entire body emitted a pure and holy aura, which greatly surprised them. Ding Ding and Huiguang turned to look at Xing. The abbot was experienced and knowledgeable, so he might know what was going on. Xing shook his head and said, "It could be bone forging, but I've never heard of such a situation. Under the karmic fire, everything would be reduced to ashes, even bones. Karmic fire was not used for bone forging." Ding Ding and Monk Huiguang stared at Chuli. The color of the bones darkened from white jade, as if a layer of cyan had been smeared over it. Then, the cyan color gradually faded, and a layer of red was smeared over it. Then, the red faded again, and the bones returned to white jade. Then it was green, then purple, and finally gold. The gold color slowly faded, but did not disappear. The bones seemed to be smeared with a layer of gold powder, which emitted a faint golden light. As time passed, the karmic fire continued to burn, and the gold color slowly intensified. The gold color seemed to slowly penetrate into the bones, and finally, the bones of the skeleton became completely purplish gold. His bones seemed to have become purplish gold, and his entire body exuded a sense of thickness and heaviness, which inexplicably made people feel reverence. At this time, a day and a night had passed. Xing and the other two had been guarding at the side, staring at Chuli. Xing looked up at the sky, and his eyebrows moved. The endless karmic fire had actually dissipated by more than half. However, the karmic fire was still burning, as if the purplish gold bones were still not the end. Suddenly, lotus flowers appeared out of thin air, faintly looking real and illusory. The surrounding karmic fire adhered to them, and instantly turned into green lotus flowers condensed from karmic fire. They were clear and real, and they all floated toward the purplish gold skeleton. The karmic fire in the sky began to condense into lotus flowers, and they floated toward Chu Li. The sky full of karmic fire lotus was unusually spectacular. Ding Ding and Monk Huiguang were shocked. They did not expect there to be so much karmic fire. They could not help but take a few steps back and stick close to the wall to avoid being touched by the karmic fire lotus. Xing also retreated. He did not dare to provoke this. The green lotus that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed towards Chu Li, completely covering him. He could not see what was happening. The three of them suddenly became nervous. At this time, they already had a premonition that Chu Li did not die, and it was very likely that he was still alive. The densely packed green lotuses suddenly burrowed into Chu Li's body. By the time they disappeared, the skeleton had already turned into a body of flesh and blood. Chu Li slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear, without any joy or anger. It was as calm as the surface of a lake. "Junior brother Ding Ru." Ding Ding hurriedly shouted. Chu Li's gaze turned to him. Ding Ding felt a chill in his heart, as if he had been seen through by a glance. Then, the chill faded, and Chu Li was already smiling. "Senior brother Ding Ding." "Abbot Master." He floated up, stood straight, and bowed with pressed palms. The dense green lotus that covered the sky and covered the earth just now seemed like an illusion. The surroundings were calm, and only Chu Li stood in the same place in his gray frock, which made them feel a little dazed. Even Xing, who had a calm state of mind, could not help but be surprised. The flesh that was originally burned was reborn, and even the frock that had disappeared was reborn. This was really a little magical, and it was unbelievable. Chu Li smiled. Thank you, Abbot. He turned his head to look at the plaque that was lying quietly on the ground. He knew that it was a rare treasure. The plaque had accumulated a huge amount of merit, far more than his own merit. Destroying this item was a great loss. Xing shook his head. It's good that you're fine. Dingru, what happened to you? As the abbot, he was experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never seen Chu Li in such a situation. Chu Li said, the glazed lotus scripture has been refined, and my body has been remolded. It's all thanks to the hellfire that I have. As a saying goes, a golden lotus grows in the fire. What a great glazed lotus scripture! Xing exclaimed. I really didn't expect to be able to save you. Chu Li let out a bitter smile. He was really lucky this time, and his luck was good enough. It was too dangerous this time. Before he died, he already understood that once he died, even the life and death scripture would not be able to resurrect him. The hellfire could surpass the level of heaven and earth and completely destroy him. Under the stimulation of death, his potential was unleashed, and with the help of the Dipankara Sarora, his understanding of the glazed lotus scripture and the path of nothingness was suddenly accelerated. Thus, after burning his flesh and blood, he was able to understand the path of nothingness and the glazed lotus scripture in time, and his body was remolded. Chapter 2759. The three of them were completely relaxed. Dingru, what did you do? Monk Huiguang asked. Xing looked at him with a smile. Chu Li's potential was limitless. His body was remolded by endless hellfire. He could become a top-notch monk. What was more impressive was that he could change the fate of two top sections. Such an ability was rare. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. It was fate. He recounted the events that had transpired. The three of them listened with glowing eyes. Xing thought to himself that he would not be able to do what Dingru did. She was wise and lucky. Yurli Qi now, the high official of Southern Sky Gate. Monk Huiguang shook his head. Don't reveal your identity, or we'll have a war with Southern Sky Gate. The outcome will be unpredictable. Southern Sky Gate had a war, and their strength would definitely increase. Great Mercy Temple might not be able to fight them. Chu Li said, Don't worry, Master. I won't reveal my identity. After this, I'm planning to retire and I won't reveal anything. That's good, Xing said. Southern Sky Gate was not weaker than Great Mercy Temple. If he stayed for too long, he would inevitably give himself away. Monk Huiguang looked at him and praised. Looks like you'll have to train more. Your cultivation level has skyrocketed and you'll be able to dominate a region. His master had already been surpassed, and by a large margin. Xing smiled and nodded. As the abbot, he knew best that everyone's temperament was different, so the way they grew up was also different. Some were suitable to go out and experience the world, while others were suitable to stay in the temple and quietly cultivate, focusing on cultivation. Chu Li was most suitable to train and not cultivate in the temple. Xing said gently, Dingru, go. You've been gone for a day and night. It's time to return to Southern Sky Gate. Chu Li pressed his palms together. I'll go back first. Xing waved his hand. Monk Huiguang said, Be careful. Don't treat others like fools. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Ding Ding said, Song Jing has appeared again, and she's even more powerful. Chu Li's face darkened. Monk Ding said, She's ashore in western Sichuan. Chu Li frowned. She left the sea? The power of the Book of Pacifying Seas was to become one with the sea and borrow the power of the sea. Leaving the sea was like a fish leaving the water, with nowhere to borrow strength. Monk Ding Ding nodded and said, Her methods are rather gentle. She only injures but doesn't kill. She's already made a name for herself in the western Sichuan region. Her prestige has shaken the region, and the resistance she faced has almost disappeared. Heavenly Pleasure Island has already gained a foothold. Chu Li scoffed. The monk Ding Ding said, It seems that she is only ruthless towards Martial Uncle Huiguang and the three of you. She is ruthless towards the disciples of the Great Mercy's Temple, but she is gentle towards the others. In addition to that, her peerless beauty has given her the good name of Fairy Tianlu. Chu Li scoffed again. Monk Hui Guang shook his head and asked, "Are you not going to deal with the disciples of the Great Mercy Temple anymore?" "I haven't taken the initiative to provoke him for now," Ding Ding said. Monk Hui Guang frowned. "Is she not going to take revenge?" Chu Li shook his head. "That's impossible. Master, let me deal with her." Now that his martial arts had improved greatly, he should be able to compete with Song Jing. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Monk Hui Guang nodded. Chu Li pressed his palms together and left. When Chu Li returned to the courtyard where the southern heavenly gate was located, he noticed that a young girl in green was already standing outside. She was standing quietly and patiently. Chu Li coughed softly. The young girl in green hurriedly stepped forward and stood at the door. "Hi, Official Li. Do you have any orders?" Chu Li said, "Bring me some food." "Yes." The young girl in green responded crisply and left. Soon, she came back with lunchboxes and placed delicious food on the table. It looked, smelled, and tasted great. As he ate, he observed his reconstructed body. His body was extremely pure, and his inner energy flowed smoothly, almost everywhere. His meridians were wide, and his inner energy flowed twice as fast. It was truly an incomparably strong body. It gave him the urge to challenge the heroes of the world. His mind was still clear, so he suppressed this urge. He knew that it was just an illusion, and the current him was far from being invincible. The young girl in green said, "Hi, Official. The faction leader has come to see you 3 times, but she did not come in to disturb you." Chu Li gently nodded. "Invite the faction leader over." "Yes." The young girl in green smiled sweetly, turned around, and left gracefully. In next to no time, Su Chong appeared before him in high spirits, and seemed to be in high spirits, and he naturally emanated an arrogant, imposing aura. Chu Li Fist saluted and smiled. "Faction leader." "Hi, Official Li. How are your injuries?" Su Chong looked at him. Chu Li smiled. "I'm fine now." "That's good." Su Chong sighed in relief. He had been worried about Chu Li's injuries. Seeing that Chu Li was as good as new, he was finally relieved. He said excitedly, "We've gained a lot this time. The Heavens Equal Faction, the Heaven Blade Sect, and the Triple Peak Sect have all agreed to our conditions. It's enough for us to reach a higher level." Chu Li smiled and nodded. "Congratulations, faction leader." "Same to you." Su Chong was all smiles. Chu Li said seriously, "Faction leader, I want to cultivate in isolation for a period of time. My cultivation level is too low, and I can't even withstand a single blow. I was lucky enough to escape this time, but I might not be able to next time." "Yes." Su Chong's expression turned serious as he slowly nodded. Li Qi's low cultivation level was his biggest weakness. After this incident, Li Qi's name would definitely spread. Everyone would know that in order to deal with Southern Skygate, they had to deal with Li Qi first. Even if he could predict heaven's secrets and avoid calamity, he also had a treasure like the Universe Bracelet that could conceal heaven's secrets. It would not be difficult to assassinate him with this. Li Qi was far too important, and they couldn't afford to lose him. Su Chong pondered. The Southern Sky Gate's heart technique is the cloud howling technique. You should cultivate this instead. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "There's no need for this. The boundless sea of clouds is good. My cultivation level will improve quickly." The cloud howling technique was not something that could be cultivated by any disciple. It was not in the Hall of Merit, but a heart technique passed down by the faction leader. The boundless sea of clouds was the top heart technique in the Hall of Merit. He was not that interested in the Southern Sky Gate's martial arts. The martial arts of the Great Mercy Temple were the most suitable for him. He would get twice the results with half the effort. Other heart techniques were different, as they were not beneficial. Rather than wasting time cultivating other heart techniques, it was better to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Wisdom and Tame Tiger Seal. "You?" Su Chong smiled and shook his head. Li Qi was too tactful. He did not take credit for it. Although he was relieved, he also felt guilty. He had done too much this time. He did not even know how to reward him. Chu Li said, "It's good enough that I have the boundless sea of clouds. I'm content. I'll slowly improve my cultivation level, or else my life will be in danger. I'll give you some spirit pills. Cultivate slowly. Don't rush." Su Chong said. Chu Li nodded. Su Chong said a few more words to him and left. He then asked Jing, Xiaojia, and Mo Yufeng to send him the heart technique of the boundless sea of clouds and 20 bottles of spirit pills. They were rare spirit pills that could improve one's cultivation level and spirit. Chu Li did not see anyone else. He immediately went into isolated cultivation. He then returned to the Great Mercy Temple and found Xingding. When Xingding saw him, he smiled. "Junior brother, I've arranged everything. You can go directly to Western Sichuan," he said as he took out a metal tag. Chapter 2760. With this metal tag, he could directly teleport to the location of another metal tag. That should be where Western Sichuan's Songjing was. Chu Li turned to look at him. Ding Ding said, "I purposely inquired about the news outside." Chu Li looked at him quietly and put the metal tag in his arms. Ding Ding looked at him seriously. The battle between Southern Sky Gate and Equal of Heaven Gate has spread all over the world. Chu Li nodded. Southern Sky Gate and Equal of Heaven Gate were among the top sections. Their every move was eye-catching. Moreover, Equal of Heaven Gate was in the limelight. In recent years, they were unusually arrogant, as if they did not care about the other sections. Although this provoked the anger of various sects, it was not enough to cause a conflict with Equal of Heaven Gate. After all, Equal of Heaven Gate was strong and had strong allies. This time, they only sent Heavenblade and Tri-Peak Sect. There were more than 10 other alliances. They thought Southern Sky Gate was a piece of cake and did not need to send so many people. In the end, they failed miserably this time. The Southern Sky Gate was actually a step ahead of them. They had schemed against the unsuspecting and gave the Equal Heaven Gate a sneak attack. The Equal Heaven Gate was stunned and even killed their gate master. Everyone was excited about this battle. This was a classic example of the weak defeating the strong. Although Southern Sky Gate disciples did not admit it, everyone believed that Equal of Heaven Gate was stronger and could easily defeat Southern Sky Gate. Southern Sky Gate's victory must have something special and crucial. Chu Li was sure that no one could cover his limelight. This battle made people pay more attention to divination geniuses. They increased the search for such talents and paid more attention to himself. Ding Ding said with a serious expression, "I heard that someone went to Star-Seizing Sect and paid a huge price to ask them to divine your background." Chu Li frowned and then relaxed. Ding Ding said seriously, "Junior brother, Star-Seizing Sect is not an ordinary sect." Chu Li said, "Senior brother, are you afraid that they will divine my background?" "They will." Ding Ding said, "If this gets out, then..." Chu Li smiled and raised his wrist to show the interspatial bracelet. "With this, they won't be able to divine." "Is the Cosmos bracelet really that divine?" Monk Ding Ding was still doubtful. "Can it really hide from the Star-Seizing Sect's calculations?" Chu Li smiled and said, "Don't forget that I've reconstructed my body this time. Even without the universe bracelet, I can still conceal the heavenly mystery. They won't be able to divine anything. Senior brother, don't worry." The body created by the Hellfire naturally had the characteristics of the Hellfire. Heavenly secrets could no longer be seen. Moreover, he was wearing the interspatial bracelet. With 2 layers of concealment, no matter how powerful the Star-Seizing Sect was, they would not be able to see through him. Just as he thought of this, his body suddenly tensed up, and he couldn't help but look up at the sky. A gaze seemed to sweep across the void and observe him. The Chinkoan bracelet suddenly became slightly hot, as if it had scalded him. An invisible force gushed out from the interspatial bracelet and protected him from that gaze. Chu Li frowned. That gaze suddenly focused, and like a flash of sword light, it heavily pierced down. With a crisp bow sound, the power circulating in his body suddenly dispersed. He had actually broken the protection of the universe bracelet. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. "What's the matter?" Ding Long asked. Chu Li scoffed and said, "There really is a master looking for me." As expected of the Star-Seizing Sect, he had never been this sensitive before. It was due to the reconstructed body that he was particularly sensitive to the heavenly mystery. Moreover, his heaven's eye had become more powerful, and his divine power had advanced a level so he could sense this gaze. However, to be able to find him here, this divination was indeed extraordinary. More importantly, it could actually break through the Great Mercy Temple's concealment. The Great Mercy Temple was a Buddhist holy land. It had its own execution ground and domain, and the divination could not penetrate it. However, this gaze was able to break through the Great Mercy Temple's concealment. It was truly shocking. It could only be the star-seizing sex method. They must have used some kind of treasure to enhance it. After breaking through the Great Mercy Temple's concealment, this gaze also broke through the protection of the interspatial bracelet. If it was him in the past, he would have been completely exposed. The body reconstructed by the Hellfire was different from an ordinary body. When the gaze fell on him, his body suddenly distorted. The gaze was actually directed elsewhere and could not fall on his body. The gaze from the void slowly retreated and disappeared without a trace. Chu Li let out a long sigh. "Junior brother, what happened?" Ding Ding hurriedly asked. Judging from Chu Li's appearance, he should be fine. However, the star-seizing sect was unpredictable. Chu Li smiled. "I managed to fool them. They didn't calculate it on me." "Did you really avoid it?" Ding Ding hurriedly asked. Chu Li smiled. "It's all thanks to the Hellfire that my body was reconstructed. Otherwise, I would have been in danger." That's good, that's good." Ding Ding let out a sigh of relief. When he recalled the scene of Chu Li's body being reconstructed by the Hellfire, he inexplicably relaxed. He was able to survive under such circumstances. His life was too tough, so there was no need to worry. Chu Li pressed his palms together. "Senior brother, I'll be leaving now." He glided away from the Great Mercy Temple, but he did not immediately shift. Instead, he directly activated his light body technique. He felt that his body was as light as a gust of wind. With a slight activation of his inner energy, his body swept past like a shadow. It was unbelievably fast. Using the light body technique to travel had become a form of enjoyment. After using it for an hour, he teleported and appeared in a boundless ocean. Around him were continuous glaciers that flickered with brilliance under the sunlight. They were clear as ice and pure as jade, sparkling and translucent, forming a dreamlike world. This was the place where Chu Li and Song Jing met. It was also the place where Song Jing cultivated. The last time they fought here, he used the formless blade to injure Song Jing. The formless blade was mixed with a wisp of pure Hellfire energy. He could sense the existence of the formless blade, but he could not sense this energy. It was obvious that it had been dissolved. To be able to erase the energy transformed from Hellfire, Song Jing's cultivation level was really amazing. He had to be very careful. He used the omniscient mirror to observe the surroundings. The traces that Song Jing had left here had been completely erased. He shook his head. Initially, he wanted to find the thing that Song Jing had left here. Through it, he could clearly see Song Jing's fate and plan ahead. Otherwise, if he really met Song Jing and used the sky eye to see her fate, he might not be able to make it in time. Even if his cultivation level had greatly improved, he dared not say that he could defeat Song Jing. The formless blade could only ambush her once. Once she was prepared, it would be impossible for her to succeed again. Moreover, the formless blade was not in his hands now. With the formless blade's ambush, it was not possible to use the interspatial bracelet to ambush Song Jing. After thinking about it, he could only fight it out. He appeared in a lush forest in a flash. The iron tag was buried here. He bent down to find the iron tag under a tree root and kept it in his arms. Through the observation of the omniscient mirror, he could see that there was a huge city 2 miles away. The city was surrounded by towering peaks that seemed to surround the city. The road to the outside was narrow and dangerous as it was built halfway up one of the peaks. If one fell, one would definitely be smashed to pieces. Chu Li frowned. This Luchuan city was unusually prosperous. It had a huge population as if it was a country of its own with very little contact with the outside world. Chapter 2761. Good romance novel website. He was surprised that the youth's cultivation level was not inferior to Song Jing's. Song Jing was a well-known hero. Moreover, She had obtained the Book of Pacifying Seas and relied on her supreme comprehension to cultivate the Book of Pacifying Seas. She had achieved great success in the Pacifying Waves Clear Sea Divine technique, which was why she had such an astonishing cultivation base. It was rare in the world. The youth in front of him was not famous at all, but his cultivation level was not inferior to Song Jing's. "You don't know him," Song Jing said. "Ding Ru from the Great Mercy Temple." "Ding Ru." The youth frowned and shook his head. "Forgive me for being ignorant, but I have never heard of him." Chu Li smiled. "Then this brother is?" He had a humble look on his face, a gentle smile, and a harmless look on his face. Song Jing said, "Young Master Li Feiyu from the Feathersword Sect." "Young Master Li, sorry for not recognizing you." Chu Li put his palms together and smiled. "Young Master Li has such a high cultivation level, but is unknown. I admire your indifference to fame and fortune." "Master Dingru, you flatter me," Li Feiyu said with a frown. Song Jing stared at Li Feiyu. Chu Li smiled. "Miss Song, are you mistaken? Do you think young Master Li is not as good as you?" "Show off." Song Jing scoffed. "I know you have good eyesight, but you don't have to show off. No matter how good your eyesight is, you're just an idiot for coming here to die." Chu Li said, "I heard that Miss Song has made a name for herself as the Tian Le Fairy, so I came to congratulate you. You entered the mainland, but did not kill. You used softness to overcome toughness and kindness to change violence. I admire you. No matter how nice you say it, I will still kill you." Song Jing smiled sweetly. "Don't waste your effort." Chu Li sighed. "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. When will revenge stop?" Almsgiver Song, you are wise and have seen through the world and people's hearts. Why must you cling to the past? Let's put it this way. If I kill your master, will you let it go? Song Jing suddenly stopped smiling and said coldly, "If you can let it go, I can let it go." Sigh. Chu Li nodded. "I can let it go." Song Jing sneered and looked at him. "Do you dare to swear to God that you can let go of this hatred?" Chu Li said, "Take revenge first. Then you'll naturally be able to let go of the hatred." "Well said, me too." Song Jing sneered. "After I kill you and avenge my big brother, I will be able to let it go. From now on, my heart will be at peace and I will never kill again." Only then did Li Feiyu understand. The two of them were talking and laughing as if they were old friends, but they were not really reminiscing about their old friendship. They were enemies who wanted to fight to the death. He shook his head. He really couldn't understand what the two were doing. Since they were enemies, they should just fight to the death. There was no need to waste so much breath. What he didn't know was that after the two of them fought several times, they were both afraid of each other. "Miss Song, can I help you?" Li Feiyu asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, his eyes swept towards Chu Li like lightning. In front of Chu Li, he did not want to hide his cultivation level anymore. This was a good opportunity for him to show off his cultivation level so that Song Jing would look at him in a different light. That way, he would not have to give him the cold shoulder all the time. Although Chu Li was a monk, he was still young and good-looking. Seeing Song Jing talking to him with a smile, Li Feiyu felt inexplicably uncomfortable. There was a gloomy feeling accumulating in his heart. It was getting more and more uncomfortable, turning into a dense killing intent. He forced himself to hold it in and did not explode. On the surface, he was still calm. He was used to hiding his cultivation level. He had a strong heart, so he did not explode. However, his cultivation level was already invincible in the Western Sichuan area. That was why he acted recklessly and was invincible. He had already developed a domineering temperament. He was both domineering and strong. These two temperaments were entangled with each other, making his thoughts even more unpredictable. Song Jing glanced at him faintly. This glance instantly made Li Feiyu's killing intent disappear. He was filled with a desire to completely possess this beauty in front of him and make her his. Chu Li smiled and shook his head without saying a word. Song Jing looked at Li Feiyu for a while until Li Feiyu could not help but turn his eyes away. She then said faintly, "You don't have to worry about my matters. Young Master Li, forgive me for not sending you off." Li Feiyu suddenly felt embarrassed. He glanced at Chu Li and saw that Chu Li was looking at him with a smile. Suddenly, his killing intent boiled and his eyes glared at him like lightning. Chu Li smiled and pressed his palms together. "Please, young Master Li." Song Jing's face sank. Li Feiyu's face turned green. He scoffed coldly and said, "Miss Song, be careful of this monk. One look, and you know he's full of sinister tricks." "Don't worry, please." Song Jing scoffed impatiently. Li Feiyu shook his head and got up to walk out. He was used to being the most powerful person in the sect. Usually, no one dared to go against him, but Song Jing had humiliated him like that. He wanted to get angry, but he could not. Instead, he vented his anger on Chu Li. As he walked, he brushed his fingers in his sleeve gently when he passed by Chu Li. Chu Li suddenly felt a sharp killing intent coming at him. The omniscient mirror could clearly see a finger force coming at him. However, the others could not see this finger force. It was light and silent, as if it had merged with the air. Chu Li took a step sideways and avoided this finger force. The finger force hit the air. It did not shoot behind him. Instead, it disappeared without leaving a trace. Chu Li was shocked. Li Feiyu's control of finger force was perfect and meticulous. Song Jing glanced at Li Feiyu and scoffed. She did not say anything. Li Feiyu strode forward without stopping. He lifted the curtain and left. Chu Li sighed. He became enemies with Li Feiyu just like that. He was helpless. If he was not enemies with Song Jing, Li Feiyu would not let him go. If he was enemies, he would not let him go either. In short, he was destined to become enemies when he got close to Song Jing. Song Jing looked at him quietly and said, "Are you here to die?" Chu Li smiled. "I'm just curious how Miss Song healed your injury. Your blade force is strange, but it's not a problem for me," Song Jing said. Chu Li shook his head. "There's no harm in telling you. That's the power of hellfire. It's almost impossible to expel." "Ridiculous," Song Jing sneered. This was why she was afraid of Chu Li. The blade force was too strange. It almost killed her. If she did not have a treasure that could restrain the blade force, she would be dead now. Chu Li saw through her thoughts and smiled. "To be honest, Miss Song, my cultivation level has improved greatly. You could expel that blade force back then, but you might not be able to block it now." "There's no invincible martial art," Song Jing scoffed. Chu Li said, "Just like the Book of Pacification, there's no invincible martial art. Is that why Miss Song has to take revenge?" "Yes," Song Jing said coldly. "Are you forcing me to make a move now?" Chu Li smiled. "Miss Song, do you really want to make a move?" Song Jing said, "Get lost." Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "Then I'll take my leave." He was afraid. Song Jing's cultivation level was higher, and there was also Li Feiyu hiding in the dark. He could not make a move here. Otherwise, even if he could win, he would be tricked by Li Feiyu. He fluttered out of the residence. He turned and looked back, shaking his head. He could not defeat Song Jing even if he reconstructed his body. Chapter 2762. Chu Li heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Li heaved a sigh of relief. The first strike did not use the power of hellfire, as it was to numb Li Feiyu. The second strike used the power of hellfire, but it could not last long. The formless blade could withstand the power of hellfire, but ordinary flying blades could not. This strand of hellfire was extremely weak, but it could only last for a second. After a second, the flying blade would explode. Li Feiyu was too careless, and his arrogance caused him to suffer this strike. He thought that Chu Li was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and the first strike was proof. He did not expect Chu Li to use such a trick at this time. It was impossible to defend against it. After all, he was still inexperienced and fell for it. Chu Li smiled. "Young Master Li, can I leave now? I admire you." Li Feiyu gritted his teeth and quickly pointed at his shoulder. However, the wound on his shoulder did not heal and kept bleeding. There was a force that was destroying the wound. In just a short while, the injury had worsened. It was really strange. "Your blade is poisoned." Li Feiyu stared at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. "It's considered poison. Whether I live or die depends on your luck. However, this is just a lesson. There will be a next time. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Li Feiyu said, "All right." I will repay you generously another day for what you have done today. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Chu Li sighed and suppressed his surging, killing intent. He turned his head and said, Miss Song, why don't you show yourself? It was not that he did not want to kill Li Feiyu, but he sensed that Song Jing was next to him. If he really fought to the death with Li Feiyu, Song Jing would definitely deal a fatal blow, and he might not be able to defend himself. Song Jing had a power that chilled his heart and made him extremely afraid. Song Jing slowly appeared from the void and stood 2 feet opposite him. She said, "What a good trick." Chu Li smiled. "It's not surprising." Song Jing smiled faintly and said, "I really didn't expect that you, Monk Ding Ru, would have such a kind heart. Facing someone who wanted to kill you, you actually showed mercy. Is everyone in the Great Mercy Temple this kind?" Chu Li said, "The disciples of the Great Mercy Temple have always been like this. But not to my big brother." Song Jing said coldly, "If that was the case, my big brother would not have died." Sigh. Chu Li shook his head and said nothing. Song Jing snorted, "All right, don't be so hypocritical. It's disgusting. Isn't it because I was beside you? You knew you couldn't win, so you pretended to be generous and let him go." Chu Li shook his head and could not help but laugh. "If you know, why do you have to say it out loud? Monk, if you ever come to Luchuan City again, I will definitely kill you," Song Jing said coldly. Chu Li asked, "Does Miss Song really want to settle down in Luchuan Town?" "Not bad." "Humph," Song Jing said. "This world does not belong to your Great Mercy Temple. My Heavenly Joy Island can take root in Luchuan City without your consent, right? Do you still want to meddle in our business?" Chu Li shook his head. "As long as you don't kill too many people, the Great Mercy Temple won't interfere." "That's good," Song Jing said coldly. "Now you see, we didn't kill anyone." Chu Li said, "Then I must remind Miss Song that the Feathersword Sect and the Rainbow Sect are not so easy to fool. They will not allow another powerful sect to take root in Luchuan City. How can they allow others to sleep beside their beds? At that time, what will Miss Song do? What do you think?" Song Jing said lightly. Since the soft approach did not work, he naturally had to use the hard approach. There was no other way. The human heart was unpredictable, and not everyone had good intentions. Chu Li smiled and said, "Miss Song can marry young Master Li. This way, the 2 sects will be united. The Feathersword Sect can rest assured, and the Rainbow Sect can't do anything about it. They won't dare to act recklessly." "Shut up." Song Jing scoffed coldly. Chu Li smiled. "Is Miss Song so arrogant that you don't like young Master Li? Young Master Li is a dragon among men. His cultivation level is no weaker than yours. He must be the pillar of the Feathersword Sect. If you marry him, you will be the leader of both sections." Song Jing sneered. "Shut up. Mind your own business. How I deal with things here is not up to you." As she spoke, she lightly struck out with her palm. The surroundings suddenly became stifled as if the air had been squeezed out. Chu Li found it difficult to breathe. Even his blood stopped flowing. At the same time, the void was locked, and his thoughts seemed to have frozen. This palm strike made Chu Li feel the taste of death. The power of hellfire circulated around his body. Immediately, his blood circulation resumed, and his mind became clear. Chu Li squinted his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Bang! He suddenly swung his hand, and the blade was instantly shot out, but it exploded in the air. His blade energy and Song Jing's palm energy collided. The blade could not withstand it. He did not expect the blade to be effective. Another blade was shot out, and Song Jing lightly struck out with her palm again. The flying blade exploded in the air again with a bang and turned into powder. If bystanders were to see the fight between the two, they would think that the flying blade was not made of iron. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Li struck again and stood firmly in place. The power of hellfire circulated rapidly to protect his body. Song Jing struck out with her palm again and again, seemingly calm and unruffled. Chu Li's flying blade could only be seen as a stream of light. However, No matter how fast the flying blade was, every time it was shot out, it would be shattered by her palm. Swoosh! The flying blade suddenly shot through Song Jing's palm energy and instantly reached her body. However, the flying blade only hit her shadow. Swoosh! Chu Li suddenly dodged and barely avoided a sword light. The sword light faded and Li Feiyu's figure appeared. He stood with his sword in hand and his white robe fluttered. He smiled and said, "Miss Song, let's destroy him together." "No need." Song Jing's face sank, and she said coldly, "Master Li, please go back." Chu Li shook his head and smiled. He was already a few dozen miles away. He observed the two with lingering fear. He was not afraid of Li Feiyu's sword just now, but the skill that Song Jing was about to use. It was invisible and traceless. He could feel the danger approaching, but did not know where it was. At the crucial moment, Li Feiyu appeared and the feeling of danger disappeared. It looked like a sneak attack by Li Feiyu, but he blocked Song Jing's killer move. Seeing Chu Li disappear, Song Jing glanced at Li Feiyu and said, "Your injury can't be suppressed." Li Feiyu had already changed into a white robe, but it could not cover the wound on his left shoulder. It was still bleeding and dyed his white robe red. Li Feiyu smiled and said, "This monk Ding Ru is quite capable. No wonder you can't kill him, Miss Song. It's good that you know." Song Jing scoffed and was about to leave. Li Feiyu hurriedly said, "Miss Song." Song Jing frowned and looked at him. Li Feiyu smiled shyly. "I wonder if Miss Song can heal this injury?" Song Jing said, "Yes." "This?" Li Feiyu smiled bitterly. "I can't suppress it. I hope Miss Song can save me." Song Jing frowned and looked at him. He did not expect Li Feiyu to be so thick-skinned and shameless. He saw through his intentions and came to attack Ding Ru. He did not really want to help, but to ask for her help to heal his injury. Li Feiyu continued, "I've tried. I really can't suppress it. I don't know how this monk Ding Ru has such a strange inner energy." "All right." Song Jing scoffed and waved her hand. "Come here." Li Feiyu immediately smiled. "All right, thank you, Miss Song." He secretly admired himself. He really killed two birds with one stone. P.S. Update complete. Double monthly votes for the last day. Don't keep it, vote. Chapter 2763. Good romance novel website. If he returned to help Song Jing, not only would he be able to heal himself, but he would also be able to take the opportunity to get closer to Song Jing. He didn't believe that with his looks and martial arts, as well as his background as the young sect master, Song Jing wouldn't be moved. No woman could reject him and resist his charm. Song Jing returned to her mansion in a flash. Li Feiyu followed closely behind and disappeared. Soon after, he appeared outside Heavenly Pleasure Island. There were no longer any people queuing outside the Palace of Heavenly Songs. Only two young men stood at the entrance, stopping people who came for treatment from time to time and handing out number plates. Every day, the Palace of Heavenly Music treated 300 people. This was also to give them a better rest so that they could have sufficient energy for treatment. Everyone understood this. After 300 people, if there were still people who came, they would be given a number plate to enter the palace the next day based on the number plate. Li Feiyu raised his head and glanced at the signboard of the Tianlu Palace, revealing a proud smile. Soon, this place would become his territory and his mansion. He would gain both wealth and people, killing two birds with one stone. He cupped his fists towards the two young men from Heavenly Song's mansion, strode into the mansion, and arrived at the main hall. Song Jing was already sitting in the hall, dressed in clothes as white as snow, quietly sitting there like a refined and demure guanyin, beautiful and holy. Unexpectedly, he couldn't arouse the slightest bit of profanity. Instead, he felt ashamed of his own inferiority. He hurriedly took a deep breath to suppress this strange feeling. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Song." There was already a small square box on the table beside Song Jing. The purple lacquer gave off a dark luster and was engraved with exquisite patterns. It exuded a luxurious elegance. She gently opened the box with her white hand and took out a small square seal. The square seal was about the length of an index finger, and it was yellow in color. The material it was made of was quite strange, and it faintly exuded a peaceful aura. Miss Song, this is? Li Feiyu stared at the square seal curiously. Song Jing said, that injury isn't something that can be suppressed with inner force. We need the help of treasures. As she spoke, she stamped a seal on his left shoulder, then put it back into the box, and carefully closed it. Li Feiyu only felt the scorching power on his shoulder suddenly dissipate. Immediately, his bones and muscles began to recover rapidly. He felt a faint numbness and itchiness. According to his estimation, he would be able to move freely after 2 hours. His physique was special and he was gifted. His body's recovery speed was several times that of an ordinary person. This was his secret, and no one knew about it. What kind of treasure is this? Li Feiyu asked in surprise. What kind of martial art did that monk Dingru use? It's so vicious and strange. I don't think the Great Mercy Temple has such a vicious technique, right? Sky-turning seal, Song Jing said faintly. This is the sky-turning seal. Li Feiyu frowned and stared at the purple lacquer box doubtfully. Song Jing faintly said, as for what kind of martial art he is practicing, I can't say for sure. The Great Mercy's temple is not as righteous and benevolent as you think. Their martial art is vicious. Li Feiyu smiled and did not refute. Song Jing saw his disapproval and said coldly, if it's not because of the vicious martial arts, why would you need to use Buddhism to resolve it? Li Feiyu was startled. He nodded slowly and said with a smile, that's true. Why didn't I think of this before? This was the first time I experienced the martial art of the Great Mercy Temple. It was indeed vicious, and I almost lost my life. He faintly felt a chill and almost failed miserably. Monk Dingru's cultivation level was not high. He thought he could take him down easily, but he was plotted against and almost lost his life. No wonder Song Jing could not kill him. It was not love born from hatred. Monk Dingru was indeed difficult to deal with. Miss Song, let's work together, Li Feiyu said. Song Jing frowned and glanced at him. She said coldly, thank you for your kindness, young Master Li, but there's no need. Young Master Li's injury is no longer a problem. Please. Li Feiyu hurriedly said, Miss Song, don't you want to kill Monk Dingru as soon as possible? I will take revenge on my own. There's no need to trouble young Master Li. Song Jing looked impatient and was about to get up. Wait, Li Feiyu hurriedly said. Song Jing frowned and stared at him coldly. Li Feiyu hurriedly said, Miss Song, I might as well tell you the truth. You can't deal with him alone. Song Jing sneered and got up to walk out. She was as light as a lotus leaf floating on the water. Li Feiyu said, Miss Song, aren't you afraid of the Great Mercy Temple's revenge if you kill Dingru? Song Jing stopped at the door and frowned. She turned her head and said, so what if the Great Mercy Temple's revenge? I must kill Dingru. Miss Song isn't afraid of the Great Mercy Temple. What about the Tianla Palace? Li Feiyu said, when the time comes, Tianla Island will be crushed by the Great Mercy Temple. Song Jing frowned. What are you trying to say? I don't need to join forces with others. I can kill Dingru alone. What if I have a way to kill Dingru without the Great Mercy Temple knowing? Li Feiyu smiled. Song Jing snorted. There's no need. The Great Mercy Temple will definitely know that I killed him. That's not necessarily true. Li Feiyu said, the Great Mercy Temple is still above board. If they can't prove that you killed him, they won't take revenge. Since you can kill him and take revenge, they won't take revenge. Isn't this wonderful? Can you do it? Song Jing looked Li Feiyu up and down. The Great Mercy Temple has an eminent monk with the heaven's eye. I can't hide it. The heaven's eye isn't omniscient. Li Feiyu smiled. If I can disturb the secrets of heaven, the heaven's eye won't be able to see through it, right? Song Jing gave a faint smile. Young Master Li, I've underestimated you. Li Feiyu bowed slightly and smiled. I'm used to hiding my strength and biding my time. I only show it in front of my own people. Otherwise, I'd rather be despised by others. I admire you, Song Jing said, but there's no need for that. Goodbye. As she said this, she lifted the curtain and walked out. Li Feiyu hurriedly said, Miss Song. Song Jing's steps were not light, and she was already out of the hall. Li Feiyu lifted the curtain and followed her to the moon gate on the east side. He called out, "Miss Song." Song Jing frowned and looked at him. She snorted impatiently. "I appreciate young Master Li's kindness, but I will kill Ding Ru with my own hands. There's no need to say anything more. Only by taking revenge with one's own hands would one be truly happy. Only then would one be able to free oneself and untie the knot in one's heart. Only then would one's cultivation level improve and step into the realm of Wan Xiang and become invincible in the world." Li Feiyu said, "I won't help you kill him. I'll only help you disturb the heavenly design so that the Great Mercy Temple won't know about it. What do you think?" Song Jing frowned and looked at him. What's the condition? She was quite tempted by this. The Great Mercy Temple's revenge was still very shocking. She was not afraid of it, but she was worried that it would involve the sect. Although the Great Mercy Temple was open and above board and did not vent their anger on others, if they had the slightest inclination to take action, Tianla Island would suffer a lot and many of their disciples would die. Li Feiyu smiled and shook his head. "I'm willing to help. Say it." Song Jing lightly said, "I don't want to owe anyone. I just want to invite Miss Song to our Feather Sword sect as a guest." Li Feiyu smiled. "Only this?" Song Jing asked. Li Feiyu hurriedly nodded. "I know Miss Song doesn't like to socialize. If I don't help you, you'll never agree to go to our Feather Sword sect. Tell me, how can you disturb the heavenly design?" Song Jing asked. Li Feiyu smiled. "I'm also good at the heavenly design divination." Chapter 2764. Beautiful romance novel. Network. Song Jing looked at him and shook her head lightly. She really didn't see Li Feiyu's aura of divination. Usually, divination meant that the person was in harmony with heaven and earth, and this kind of harmony was different from the oneness of heaven and man caused by martial arts cultivation. With her sharp intuition, she could tell if he was a divination person. But Li Feiyu didn't have this feeling, so he didn't seem to know divination. Also, she was naturally suspicious and never trusted anyone. She was suspicious of everything, but she didn't show it. Li Feiyu said it sincerely, but it might not be true. Maybe he had some treasure. Seeing her like this, Li Feiyu smiled. "Miss Song, you're suspicious? Tell me what's going on." Song Jing frowned. Li Feiyu said, "I have something that can seal my cultivation and not let anyone know." As he spoke, he took off a longevity lock from his neck and said with a smile, "How about now?" As soon as the longevity lock was taken off, his aura suddenly changed. The ethereal aura suddenly became strong, as if he was one with heaven and earth. He was unfathomable, and in her eyes, he seemed to be a different person. Song Jing looked at the longevity lock. Li Feiyu waved the longevity lock in front of her and said with a smile, "This is a treasure that I obtained by accident. It can suppress heaven's secrets, so others can't see my fate. Even those experts who can deduce heaven's secrets are useless." "What about the Great Mercy Temple's heaven's eye?" Song Jing asked. The longevity lock seemed to be made of silver. It was snow white and flawless, carved with dense patterns. There was a strange word written in the center. She didn't recognize it, but she vaguely felt that it wasn't simple. She had always liked to read and learn. She was knowledgeable and knew all kinds of languages in the world, but she didn't recognize this word. She could only vaguely feel that it was an ancient language. "The heaven's eye is useless," Li Feiyu said proudly. Song Jing nodded lightly. "If you can defend against the heaven's eye, you still have the right to fight with Ding Ru. Otherwise, it's better to watch the show from the sidelines." She spoke bluntly, but she was sure that Li Feiyu would listen obediently. Li Feiyu said, "This Ding Ru monk has the heaven's eye?" Song Jing said, "Otherwise, how could he have lived for so long?" Based on her temper, she would have killed Chu Li the first time they met. However, Chu Li was unusually slippery. She could not kill him even if she wanted to. She had missed time and time again, and killing Chu Li had almost become a knot in her heart. That was why she had to kill Chu Li no matter what. Only then would she be able to improve her martial arts. "Heaven's eye." Li Feiyu shook his head and said, "My lock is a mystical item. Heaven's eye can't do anything about it. Don't worry. That's for the best. But what kind of lock is this? Song Jing asked. I heard it's called the Destiny Lock. Li Feiyu smiled and said, with this lock, others will not be able to see their own fate. Furthermore, their luck will be exceptionally good, and they will obtain many fortuitous encounters. As he said this, he stared at Song Jing with bright eyes. Song Jing smiled faintly and said, fortuitous encounter? Looks like you've had many fortuitous encounters. Yes, Li Feiyu said. Otherwise, I wouldn't have my current cultivation. My luck is better than others, so I learned the Heaven's secret divination technique. With the Heaven's Fate Lock, my learning of divination techniques improved by leaps and bounds. How can it compare to Heaven's Eye? Song Jing asked. Li Feiyu said, absolutely. Let me divine Ding Ru. As he said this, he began to close his eyes. After a moment, his face turned gloomy and his brows furrowed. Song Jing knew at a glance that things were not going well. She shook her head. If it was so easy to divine Ding Ru, then Ding Ru's heavens, I would be a joke. People with heavens, I were already beyond destiny. This was because their destiny was unpredictable and could change at any time. After a quarter of an hour, Li Feiyu's face turned pale. His gloomy face turned ashen. His handsome face was exceptionally ugly. Song Jing said, did you see him? No. Li Feiyu felt embarrassed and could not get out of this embarrassing situation. He had already boasted so much before, but in the end, he immediately embarrassed himself. How would Song Jing see him? She would think that he was exaggerating and not worthy of trust. She might even look down on him. Song Jing said, it's normal that you can't see him. This monk's heaven's eye is already very powerful. Li Feiyu said, otherwise I would have seen him. Song Jing nodded. His dermic base is profound and his comprehension is strong. If we don't get rid of him now, he'll be a huge problem in the future. Li Feiyu slowly nodded. He was now paying more attention to Chu Li. Song Jing was about to step through the moon gate when Li Feiyu hurriedly said, Miss Song, although I can't find Monk Ding Ru, I can disrupt the destiny. They won't be able to see us. Even the Heaven's Eye from Great Mercy Temple won't be able to see us. Song Jing frowned at him. Li Feiyu hurriedly said, when we killed Ding Ru, I used my divination secret skill and Heaven's Eye lock. No one can see the destiny. I don't know if it was us who killed Monk Ding Ru. Song Jing said, can you really do it? Li Feiyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. His handsome face showed an ashamed expression. I never boast. This time, I really encountered something strange. Song Jing frowned. All right, I promise you. Haha. Thank you, thank you. Li Feiyu hurriedly closed fist saluted. Chu Li lightly said, I should be the one thanking you. She was disdainful of Li Feiyu's attentiveness. It was obvious that she had ulterior motives. It was nothing more than a man's possessiveness. He just wanted her. Thinking of this, she revealed a cold smile. Li Feiyu said, then, Miss Song, when are we going to deal with Monk Ding Ru? He could not wait to make a move now and show off his prowess, so that Song Jing would not always look down on him. Song Jing said, what do you think? It's best to make a move now. Li Feiyu said, the sooner we kill him, the sooner we'll be done with it. Song Jing sighed. He's very sharp. He won't be fooled so easily. Li Feiyu said, I think that this Monk Ding Ru is also a proud person. He won't be satisfied and will quickly get back at us. That's right. Song Jing nodded. He's indeed proud, but he's also very cunning. Then what do you think, Miss Song? Li Feiyu asked. Song Jing said, if your divination is strong enough, you can find him and take the initiative to kill him. Leave it to me, Li Feiyu said through gritted teeth. Song Jing raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. You can find him? It's not enough to rely on divination alone. Li Feiyu said, however, with the help of treasures, it won't be difficult. I still have a treasure that can increase the divination power. Song Jing said, all right, I'll leave it to you. Miss Song, just wait for the good news. Li Feiyu closed fist saluted and suddenly disappeared. Song Jing lightly shook her head. She did not hold much hope. The Monk Ding Ru's martial arts were not the best, but his survival skills were top-notch. Although Li Feiyu was good at divination and had treasures, he might not be able to find him. However, this Li Feiyu really could not be underestimated. She had to be careful of nurturing a tiger that could really hurt her. As she thought about this, she walked through the moon gate and passed through a courtyard. She arrived in front of a young nun. Chapter 2765. Good romance, novel website, sigh. Abyss is indeed old. Only when you're old will you be nostalgic. Song Jing shook her head and sighed. Jing Xian pursed her lips and chuckled. You're the only one who dares to say that. If we say that, we'll definitely be severely reprimanded by the Abyss. Young Master Li is here, Song Jing said. Does Shiji want to meet him? Of course I have to meet him. Jing Xian said. We still have to see if he's really strong. If he really has the mystic void mirror, then it'll be a big deal. All right, Song Jing said. This guy is a lecher. You have to restrain yourself. Don't worry, Jing Xian said. The two of them changed the topic and continued to talk about the matters of the surrounding sections. Jing Xian knew them like the back of her hand. She went through each and every one of them in detail, clearly explaining their backgrounds. None of them were worth fearing. Only the Feather Sword sect and the Rainbow sect needed to be careful. Moreover, they had to be wary of the two sects joining forces. Even if they were rivals on the surface, and one was friendly to the other was hostile to the Celestial Joy Palace, they still had to be wary of them secretly joining forces. Footsteps could be heard, and Li Feiyu's voice could be heard. Miss Song, I'm coming down. Please come in, Song Jing said lazily. Her jade-like face had an indifferent expression, but she wasn't playing hard to get. This was indeed her true intention. Li Feiyu strode in with an imposing appearance and a heroic bearing. Seeing Song Jing's expression, his footsteps slowed down for a moment, but he immediately recovered. He came forward, cupped his fists, and smiled. Miss Song. He secretly endured and secretly encouraged himself. This damn girl was so arrogant. If he really got her, then he would properly change her temper and make her as gentle as water. That would be the real achievement. Thinking of this, his fighting spirit rose again. Song Jing asked calmly, Can we find Ding Ru after obtaining the treasure? Of course. Li Feiyu nodded proudly. His gaze fell onto Jing Xian's face, and it instantly froze. He couldn't help but be attracted by her, and he was unable to free himself from it. Young Master Li, this poor nun is Jing Xian. Jing Xian chuckled. Oh, it's Abyss Jing Xian. My apologies. Li Feiyu hurriedly put his palms together. He was flustered and embarrassed, and said, I wonder which sect Abyss Jing Xian is from. Tianyuan Nunnery, Jing Xian said. Oh, it's the Heaven Moon Nunnery. Li Feiyu suddenly became solemn and said in a deep voice, My apologies. He did not expect Jing Xian to be a disciple of the Heavenly Moon Nunnery. The Feather Sword sect was far inferior to one of the top sects, which was on the same level as the Great Mercy Temple. If it was in ancient times, they might be on par with each other, but now they were 2 or 3 levels behind. Jing Xian pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Young Master Li, you don't have to be so polite. Song Jing said, Enough with the idle talk. Let's hurry and find Ding Ru. Yes, yes. Li Feiyu quickly nodded. He glanced at Jing Xian. Song Jing snorted. Jing Xian Shirtai is the helper I found. I see, Li Feiyu said with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a bronze mirror from his bosom. It was about the size of a palm. The bronze mirror was engraved with dense patterns, and the back of the mirror was also engraved with dense patterns. It looked very messy. There was even a layer of green embroidery on the bronze mirror. It looked like an ancient object, but it didn't seem to have any value. Song Jing frowned and glanced at it. Li Feiyu quickly said, Miss Song, don't be fooled by its inconspicuous appearance. It's indeed a treasure. It can help me divine the mysteries of heaven. I'll definitely be able to find Monk Ding Ru. It's better not to brag like last time, Song Jing said calmly. Let's begin. She glanced at Jing Xian. Jing Xian sat quietly by the stone table. She looked calm and elegant, and there was nothing strange about her. However, Song Jing was very familiar with her. When she saw her strange behavior, She immediately understood that this bronze mirror probably had an extraordinary origin. Li Feiyu placed the bronze mirror on the stone table and solemnly sat by it. Song Jing saw Jing Xian's jade-like hands and her sleeves clench. She knew that Jing Xian was holding back from making a move. It looked like she wanted to snatch it away. This bronze mirror was actually so important? Li Feiyu's expression was solemn. She formed a seal with her hands and mumbled to herself. Then, she closed her eyes and began to form a seal, remaining motionless. A breeze blew, but when it reached the three of them, it was blocked. Song Jing stared at Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu's current expression was solemn and dignified, which made him look rather charming. She shook her head lightly. Unfortunately, this fellow's temperament was too bad. Even though his cultivation was strong, he was still looked down upon. Duo, Li Feiyu suddenly shouted. He formed a sword with both of his hands and pointed at the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror suddenly flashed. There seemed to be a faint flash of light, and then it slowly became brighter. The original green rust seemed to have faded away, and the surface of the mirror regained its snow-white luster. It was not the blurry image of an ordinary bronze mirror. Instead, it was snow-white and flawless. The white clouds in the sky flashed across the surface of the mirror. Then, the clouds disappeared, and a blurry shadow appeared. Li Feiyu abruptly withdrew his fingers and formed a few seals. Then, he pointed at the bronze mirror again. The blurry shadow in the mirror seemed to be wriggling, trying to become clear. However, there seemed to be an invisible force that was hindering its transformation. After wriggling for a while, it finally returned to its original state. It was still a blurry shadow, and no one could tell what it was. Jing Xian's elegant face became solemn. She turned to look at Song Jing. Song Jing asked in a low voice, "What happened? I really didn't expect." Jing Xian shook her head lightly and stared at the blurry shadow in the mirror. "Appear!" Li Feiyu shouted again. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his eyes were bloodshot. He pointed at the bronze mirror with his fingers like a sword. The bronze mirror suddenly lit up. Then, the shadow in it wriggled violently, as if it was going to change again. However, after wriggling for a while, it slowly calmed down. It was still the blurry shadow. Li Feiyu stood up and used a mysterious footwork. A cool breeze blew around him. Then, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Dark clouds quickly gathered and vaguely formed a mirror. It looked like the mirror on the mirror. When Song Jing saw this, she understood that Li Feiyu should be cultivating the mystic void mirror. Li Feiyu muttered to himself. His feet floated. Later, his feet were already off the ground. It was as if he was walking on air. The dark clouds in the sky began to spin as if they were following his footwork. While they were spinning, a ray of light suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the bronze mirror on the stone table. Ding! The clear sound was melodious and sweet. It lingered for a long time. Li Feiyu suddenly pointed at the bronze mirror with his fingers like a sword. The bronze mirror floated in the air. It was as tall as them. It spun gently and became brighter. Then, the blurry shadow in the mirror became clearer. Song Jing also became nervous. She did not expect it to be so difficult. The corner of Li Feiyu's mouth curled up slightly. He revealed a proud smile. When he activated his cultivation level at full force and even used his secret skill to activate his potential, he would be able to see Monk Ding-Ru no matter how powerful he was. Jing Xian clenched her fists and trembled slightly. Her bright eyes were cold as she glanced at the bronze mirror. She watched as it emitted a dazzling light. Then the image in the mirror became clearer. She could vaguely see a figure. The dark clouds in the sky spun even more violently. Li Feiyu was still walking on air. His breathing became heavier as he felt the strain. The mystic void mirror heart technique was wonderful, but the consumption was too shocking. It was the first time he had activated it so desperately. He had already reached his limit. Song Jing squinted her eyes and stared at the bronze mirror. Ding, ding, ding. The clear sound was endless. The image in the bronze mirror became clearer. She could already see Chu Li's silhouette. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2766. Good romance novel website Li Feiyu's eyes lit up when she saw Chu Li's silhouette. She was greatly encouraged. And a strange sound came from his throat, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged even more violently, as if they would burst out of his skin and fly out at any moment. His eyes were wide open, and the blood vessels in his eyeballs looked like they were about to break free. He exerted himself with all his might. Chu Li's silhouette became clearer and clearer, as if he was slowly approaching from afar. Jing Xian nodded gently. Li Feiyu's cultivation of the Xiankong mirror was extraordinary. He was only slightly inferior to her, so he could be considered a genius. Jing Xian was already a genius in the Xiankong mirror, so she would be the next abbess of the Heaven Moon Nunnery. Song Jing squinted her eyes and stared at Chu Li in the mirror. Chu Li seemed to be cultivating with his eyes closed. He had a dignified aura that made people feel deep respect for him. His appearance became clearer and clearer. In the end, even his eyebrows could be seen. His face was as smooth as jade, and there were actually no pores. A fine-looking man. Jing Xian chuckled and turned to Song Jing. Song Jing said coldly, "His appearance is dignified, but he is cunning by nature." Although Li Feiyu's face was ferocious and his veins were bulging, he grinned and formed a seal again. He pressed his fingers together angrily and channeled his most powerful energy into the round mirror. A bright light flashed, and he was about to find out Chu Li's location. Chu Li suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at them, as if he had seen Song Jing and Jing Xian. Bang! Amidst the thunderous explosion, the round mirror suddenly shot out a ball of dazzling light, as if the sun had set. They couldn't help but close their eyes. When they looked again, the round mirror had already returned to its original appearance. It was green and rusty, blurry, and looked like an old mirror. The dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed, and all kinds of strange phenomena had disappeared. Wah! Li Feiyu flew out and spat out a mist of blood in the air. Bam! He fell heavily against the wall of the back garden, clutching his chest in disbelief. Jing Xian's eyes were slightly closed, and she seemed to be lost in thought. Her oval face that was as white as jade had a solemn expression. She was proficient in the mystical sky mirror, and only then did she know how powerful that attack was. Li Feiyu had suffered a backlash. Song Jing slammed the table angrily. She had failed at the last step. Li Feiyu hurriedly said, "Just a little more, just a little more." Song Jing said, "That darn monk." Jing Xian muttered, "Young Masterly, are you all right?" Li Feiyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. He took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out 2 pills, stuffing them into his mouth. He acted as if he did not care and said, "It's just a small injury. It will heal very quickly." I almost succeeded. Song Jing cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Young Masterly, do you really think it's just a little lacking?" "Of course." Li Feiyu hurriedly said, "I only blame myself for not having enough cultivation. I've never taken this mental cultivation method seriously. I'm ashamed." Song Jing pursed her red lips and was too lazy to say anything else. Jing Xian said, "Then he must have done it on purpose." "Yes, he's deliberately teasing us." Song Jing snorted. After sparring with Chu Li a few times, she had a better understanding of his temper. Jing Xian's long and slender brows furrowed slightly, revealing a dignified aura as she said indifferently, "Then I'll have to give it a try. Young Masterly, I also have a rough understanding of the art of divination. Let's join hands." "How do we work together?" Li Feiyu asked hurriedly. Jing Xian said, "Weren't you just a little short? I will lend you a helping hand at the last moment." "All right." Li Feiyu agreed readily and hurriedly said, "After I consume this spirit pill, I'll be able to recover in an hour." "Then we'll wait for you to recover," Jing Xian said. The 2 ladies stood up gracefully. Li Feiyu stared straight at them as they left. Li Feiyu hurriedly closed his eyes and began channeling to recover his spirit. The black void mirror consumed the most of his spirit, but of course, it also consumed inner energy. Compared to inner energy, 90% of his spirit was consumed. Jing Xian and Song Jing came to another courtyard. Both of them did not speak, and each took a book to read. After waiting for an hour, the two ladies returned to Li Feiyu. At this time, Li Feiyu was in high spirits and was no longer in a sorry state. Seeing the two ladies enter, he fist saluted and said in a deep voice, "Ladies, I'm going to perform it again. I don't believe that I can't catch up to him." The two ladies nodded lightly. This time, Li Feiyu was even more composed. He consumed 2 pills in advance to boost his spirit. He placed the bronze mirror on the stone table and slowly walked around the table. His footsteps were sometimes light and sometimes heavy. At first, he was slow, then he sped up. He walked faster and faster until his feet left the ground and he was treading on thin air. Dark clouds moved along with him in the sky, forming a clear beam of light that shone directly on the round mirror. As it was daytime, it was difficult for others to notice this beam of light. Even under the dark clouds, no one would notice it. The round mirror was as bright as snow and reflected his face. He was still meditating with the curtain closed. He looked solemn and stern with an imposing aura. Jing Xian said softly, "His dermic base must be profound." She was also a Buddhist. Even through the round mirror, she could feel Chu Li's deep majesty. This was the external appearance of dermic base cultivation. Profound attainments in dermic base required extremely high wisdom. This kind of person was difficult to deal with. Song Jing scoffed. The disciples of the Great Mercy Temple can't do anything without profound dermic base. Huh! Li Feiyu roared and pointed at the bronze mirror with both hands. When his fingers touched the bronze mirror, he suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body shook violently like a sieve, and his eyes rolled back. Song Jing frowned. "This is..." Li Feiyu said. "Miss Song, don't worry. Moo." He let out a shout that was like the sound of a bronze bell. The bronze mirror suddenly lit up again. Li Feiyu continued to walk, but he was not as fast as before. White gas surged around his body. "I'll do it," Jing Xian said softly. She stretched out her slender hands and formed a sword with her fingers. She pointed at the bronze mirror from afar. Buzz! The bronze mirror shook violently. The dark clouds in the sky gathered fiercely. The area was 5 times bigger than before. A beam of white light shone straight down. It was so clear that the entire Luchuan city could see it clearly. The white light fell on the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror stopped shaking violently. The light faded and revealed Chu Li, who was meditating on a rock. He seemed to be at the peak of a mountain. Chu Li suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Bang! The bronze mirror let out a thunderous sound. Then, it instantly returned to its original state. It was covered in green and looked no different from an ordinary ancient mirror. Jing Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Feiyu staggered a step and fell straight to the ground. His face was ashen. "This..." Song Jing hurried to help Jing Xian up. Jing Xian waved her hand. "So lively." A chuckle sounded in their ears. Chu Li silently appeared in front of them. He stood in the void and looked down at the 3 of them. He shook his head and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Dingru. Song Jing blocked in front of Jing Xian. Chu Li took a step forward. He formed a seal with both hands and struck at Song Jing's head. Bang! Song Jing stretched out her palm to block it. Bang, bang, bang. She took 3 steps back in a row. With each step, the void around her exploded. It was as if she had stepped on 3 balloons. The surrounding wind howled and sand flew. Chu Li disappeared in the next moment. Song Jing slammed her palm into the air. Bang! It was like a thunderclap and the void exploded. Li Feiyu was weak and could not block the sand. He was covered in sand and was in a sorry state. Song Jing once again blocked in front of Jing Xian. Her body was tense and she looked around. Chapter 2767. Jing Xian smiled. "You don't have to be like this." She was surprised to see Song Jing being so careful. She thought that with Song Jing's cultivation level, Monk Ding Ru could only fight back and could not fight back. He was only able to escape because of his craftiness. Song Jing shook her head and said, "Stupid monk, what's the use of sneak attacks?" Chu Li appeared behind her in the next moment. His hands formed the demon suppression seal again and pressed down lightly. Bang! Song Jing turned and caught the seal. Her book of tranquil seas was not only one with the sea, but also with the air after refinement. She could borrow the power of the void for her own use. Although Chu Li was proficient in God's limbs and could break through the void as if it was nothing, she could still sense it in time. The surrounding 100 meters was covered by her, as if it had turned into a lake and merged with her. As long as Chu Li stepped into the area, no matter how careful he was, it would be like jumping into the lake, and he would not be able to escape her senses. Bang, bang, bang. Song Jing took another 3 steps back. Every step exploded the air. In the explosion, the surrounding sand and stones flew and the wind howled. Li Feiyu quickly stood up and wiped the dust off his face. He was embarrassed and angry as he said, "Monk Dingru, don't blame me for being ruthless." He unsheathed his sword and stepped in front of Song Jing. Song Jing quickly waved her hand. "Don't get involved," Li Feiyu said. "Miss Song, this is not the time to be so formal. Let's kill Ding Ru first. This is a rare opportunity. Also, Abbess Jing Xian do it too." "All right." Jing Xian chuckled and nodded. "I'll give it a try." She saw that Song Jing was forced to take 3 steps back by Chu Li's seal. She was shocked, but also very curious. She wanted to see how mysterious Chu Li's martial arts was to be able to force Song Jing into such a state. Chu Li suddenly appeared behind Li Feiyu and used the demon suppression seal. Ding! Li Feiyu's sword flashed like lightning. Chu Li's fingertip and the tip of the sword collided. The bright sword trembled violently, and the sword flashed. Li Feiyu's body went limp, and he could not help but stagger back. His long sword almost fell out of his hand. "Let me." Jing Xian suddenly stepped to Song Jing's side and met Chu Li's demon suppression seal with her palm. Her little hands were sparkling and translucent like jade, slender and smooth. Each of them was like a jade tube, indescribably beautiful. Jing Xian retreated 3 steps as if she was avoiding snakes and scorpions. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Li smiled and said, "Abbess, why do you have to get involved in such a personal grudge? It was Song Jing who was overbearing and wanted to kill me. I was just trying to protect myself. Abbess, why do you have to get involved? Monks are compassionate." Jing Xian's jade-like face suddenly became tender and beautiful because 2 patches of red appeared on her cheeks. She had suffered internal injuries. "Dingru, come at me if you have the ability. Don't bully a woman." Li Feiyu gritted his teeth and thrust his sword forward. Ding! Chu Li flipped his hand and unleashed the demon suppression seal. The blade of the sword suddenly trembled like a spirit snake, trying its best to dissolve the power of the demon suppression seal. Chu Li could not help but admire the power of Li Feiyu's swordsmanship. It was not only his sword technique, but his mental cultivation method was also very powerful. Otherwise, he would not have recovered so quickly. The mental cultivation method of the mystic void mirror had injured his mind, and the fact that he could recover so quickly showed that his foundation was very strong. He could not be underestimated. Song Jing and Jing Xian leaped to Chu Li's side and attacked him from both sides. Chu Li retreated and appeared behind Li Feiyu again. He unleashed another demon suppression seal. Song Jing frowned. The Great Mercy Temple's demon suppression seal was not something that could be easily unleashed. Even if one was talented, one could not use it wantonly as it would consume a lot of energy. However, looking at Chu Li's appearance, he was not afraid of the consumption at all. Could it be that Chu Li was pretending to be strong, but was actually weak? Ding! Chu Li's demon suppression seal hit Li Feiyu's long sword. The blade trembled again. The previous tremble had not stopped, and there was another wave of trembling. The long sword turned into a spirit snake, as if it wanted to break free from Li Feiyu's hand. Li Feiyu's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly channeled to suppress it. Unfortunately, the power of the sword was strange and unpredictable, and his cultivation level could not suppress it. Ding! Chu Li unleashed another demon suppression seal, and it was extremely accurate. TSS. The long sword finally broke free from Li Feiyu's hand. Li Feiyu's expression changed greatly, and his whole body went numb. Chu Li followed suit and struck. Bam! Song Jing's slender hand moved diagonally and blocked the demon suppression seal. Bam, bam, bam. She staggered backward, and every step she took caused the air to explode. Chu Li's current demon suppression seal was extremely strange, and it was unusually strenuous to dispel it. It was far from what it used to be. In a short period of time, his demon suppression seal had improved by another level, and this speed of improvement made her fearful. Therefore, her killing intent grew, and she rushed toward Chu Li without waiting for the demon suppression seal to be completely dispelled. Chu Li had already disappeared from where he stood, and the next moment, he appeared behind Li Feiyu, and the demon suppression seal was aimed at his back. Boom! Li Feiyu turned around and swung his fist, which was like a thunderclap. Pop! The demon suppression seal and his thunderous fist force combined, and it actually produced a crisp sound that was almost inaudible. The two forces seemed to cancel each other out, and the surroundings were calm. Only Chu Li took a step back, and so did Li Feiyu. Good palm technique, Li Feiyu shouted. His face was red, and he was already injured. Seeing this, Chu Li wanted to attack even more fiercely. Ding Ru! Jing Xian suddenly flashed in front of him, and her small white hand lightly swatted toward Chu Li. Chu Li frowned and faced it. He would not underestimate this Jing Xian, whose cultivation level was higher than his. There were many great talents in the world, and they really did not allow him to be the only one who had the upper hand. The three people in front of him had a higher cultivation level than him. Fortunately, he had comprehended the invincibility realm, and the demon suppression seal was at a profound level, and its power was shocking. While Li Feiyu was suffering from the backlash, he actually suppressed the three of them for a moment. Bang! Jing Xian and he each took a step back. Chu Li frowned and looked at her, scoffing. Abyss, do you insist on going against me? Jing Xian's palm force was very strange, and it seemed real at the same time. It was ethereal and unpredictable, and after it entered his body, it actually did not take long for it to be destroyed. After his body was reconstructed, this kind of situation was very rare. He took a step back and avoided Jing Xian's palm, then turned his head and smiled at Song Jing. Miss Song, if you want to take revenge, you better find some help. Goodbye. He suddenly disappeared into the air. Bang! Song Jing slapped the air with her palm, and a muffled explosion was heard. Her face was gloomy, and she was unusually sullen. It was obvious that the three of them were working together, but it was not as good as fighting alone. She did not dare to fully use the ocean calming power. Once she locked the void, she would also restrict her companion's movements. With Ding Ru's craftiness, it was very likely that he would take the opportunity to kill her companions. It would be better for her to fight alone. Jing Xian's slender eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she sighed. He really is a troublesome person. Song Jing shook her head. Forget it, we can't rush it. She was actually a little anxious. If Chu Li continued to improve like this, the next time they met, he would most likely be suppressing her. Not only would she not be able to kill him, but she would also be killed by him. Jing Xian knew her well, and just by looking at her expression, she knew that she was worried. She patted her shoulder lightly. There will always be a way. There is no invincible person. She turned her head and looked at Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu was slowly pulling his sword out of the wall. The long sword left his hand and shot into the wall, almost completely sinking into it. He carefully wiped the sword, and a smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, the sword was not damaged. After he returned the sword to its scabbard, he raised his head, closed fists saluted, and shook his head in shame. Miss Song, this monk is too difficult to deal with. We have to think of another way. He really wanted to kill Chu Li, but after being suppressed by Chu Li twice, he was already afraid. Even if he did not use all his trump cards, Ding Ru might still have some. He secretly reminded himself not to fail miserably and get killed by Chu Li instead. Chapter 2768. You flatter me. Li Feiyu smiled. Song Jing noticed the pride in his expression. It was obvious that he was confident. She became curious and scoffed. Tell me about it. Seeing that Song Jing was getting impatient, Li Feiyu dared not keep her in suspense anymore. He said, I have a treasure that can trap him. What treasure? Song Jing frowned. He won't fall for it so easily. He's cunning and cautious. My treasure is different. It could disrupt the heavenly design. He won't be able to sense it. Li Feiyu smiled. What treasure is it? Song Jing scoffed. Jing Xian smiled sweetly. Li Feiyu felt the courtyard brighten up. He was excited and blurted out, It's the God binding board. Jing Xian smiled sweetly. Young Master Li, you have a lot of good stuff. Hee, I'm just lucky. I can't help it. Li Feiyu smiled reservedly. Jing Xian said, Young Master Li, that bronze mirror is good stuff. You must take good care of it. People will be jealous if they see it. Of course. Li Feiyu nodded. Song Jing asked, What's the use of the God binding board? Her killing intent toward him was extremely strong. She wanted to kill him right there and then. Li Feiyu smiled. Ladies, please wait for a moment. I'll get it. As he spoke, he kept the bronze mirror on the table and fist saluted before disappearing in a flash. Song Jing saw that Jing Xian's expression was carefree. She smiled. Senior sister, you don't want that bronze mirror? Li Feiyu is a man of great fortune. Jing Xian shook her head and sighed. Many people have been chasing after it for 10,000 years, but he got it so easily. Do you know what that bronze mirror is? Song Jing smiled. Could it be the mysterious sky mirror? It is. Jing Xian nodded. Song Jing was stunned. It's the mysterious sky mirror? Jing Xian said, I can't be wrong. It's the mysterious sky mirror. It's a treasure passed down from ancient times. As far as I know, there are only 9 mysterious sky mirrors in Mysterious City. Each of them is extremely precious. They were collected over millions of years. Song Jing smiled. Senior sister, you're not tempted at all and don't want it? That's a great merit. Mysterious City will definitely reward you. Forget it. Jing Xian shook her head gently. Song Jing pursed her lips and chuckled. Could it be that senior sister can't bear to do it? Why wouldn't I? Jing Xian pursed her lips and chuckled. This Li Feiyu's heart isn't in the right place, and he's lustful. I only feel good about tricking him, and I don't feel bad about it. Then why didn't senior sister snatch it? Song Jing asked. Jing Xian shook her head and said, I won't get involved in such a matter. I just have to tell Mystic Sky City, and my contribution is already great enough. That's true. Song Jing nodded. She secretly praised her senior apprentice sister for being so smart and able to see through people's minds. Not all of the credit could be taken. Moreover, if he could avoid doing it himself, he would not do it himself. If he gave the credit to others, his position would also rise. This kind of technique of borrowing power was not something an ordinary person could understand. Jing Xian frowned. Li Feiyu is nothing to worry about. Even though his cultivation level is high, how could Ding Ru break the Xiankong mirror? The divine eye isn't that powerful. Li Feiyu's Xiankong mirror's mental cultivation method was extremely profound, and so was hers. When the two of them worked together with the Xiankong mirror, it was almost impossible for them to fail. However, it was still broken by monk Ding Ru. It was so miraculous that she was bewildered. This stinky monk is strange. He's very troublesome. Song Jing scoffed. As the two of them were talking, Li Feiyu fluttered over. He smiled and said, Ladies, this is the God binding plate. He took out a palm-sized round jade from his bosom. The jade was perfectly round, and strange symbols were engraved on it. There were some red marks on the jade, and it was obvious that it had experienced a long time. The ancient aura it exuded was overwhelming. Song Jing glanced at it and shook her head lightly. She really did not recognize it. Jing Xian reached out and took it. She looked at it carefully and shook her head. I don't recognize these symbols. The two ladies revealed a solemn expression. They did not dare to underestimate it. They were both knowledgeable people who were proficient in both ancient and modern languages, but they had never seen these symbols before. I got this from an ancient site. Li Feiyu smiled. It said that it's an ancient item with shocking power. However, it needs enough inner energy to activate it. I couldn't activate it alone, but the three of us should be able to. You've never tried its power? Song Jing asked. Li Feiyu shook his head embarrassedly. But its power should be extremely powerful. This is what I feel. It's enough to defeat that monk Ding Ru. Jing Xian squinted her eyes and nodded lightly. Song Jing sensed it carefully and finally nodded as well. Their senses were extremely sharp. When they sensed it carefully, the tyrannical power that was originally concealed was faintly revealed. It shocked them and made them feel a chill in their hearts. They could not help but want to stay far away from it. This was obviously a powerful treasure. Once it unleashed its power, it would be enough to destroy Chu Li. Li Feiyu looked at their expressions and knew that they sensed its power. He smiled and said, "How is it?" "Very good." Song Jing nodded lightly and sized up Li Feiyu. She could only sigh at the unfairness of the world. How could such an evil person have such luck? If she had the help of this item, she would have destroyed Monk Hui Guang's faction, including Chu Li. Li Feiyu was instantly invigorated by her glance and said excitedly, "Let's lure Monk Ding Ru over first, then activate this board and destroy him. It's that simple." "Huh!" Suddenly, they heard a loud laugh. "Oh no!" Li Feiyu hurriedly pulled out his sword and stabbed at the black shadow in front of him. Ding! Chu Li caught the long sword with his left hand and the god binding board with his right hand. He suddenly disappeared. The interspatial bracelet blocked the tip of the sword. He appeared unscathed on top of a mountain and looked down at the god binding board. "Damn it!" Song Jing frowned. Li Feiyu's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "What a despicable fellow." Jing Xian shook her head. This monk Ding Ru was really hard to guard against. He was cautious and daring. He actually decisively snatched the god binding board. It was not that they were unprepared, but he still succeeded. Song Jing said, "Did he leave a mark?" Usually, treasures like this would be carefully left behind and marked. Then, they could be found through the mark. Li Feiyu nodded. "Wait a moment. I'll take another treasure. We can use the god binding board to lead the way. We'll find him and destroy him." "There's another treasure?" Song Jing frowned. She was really jealous. As the vice island master of Paradise Island, he had a high position and had many fortuitous encounters at sea. Yet, he did not have so many treasures. This Li Feiyu was really infuriating. Li Feiyu smiled reservedly. "There's another treasure that's not inferior to the god binding board, the god destroying arrow." Without waiting for the two girls to ask, he continued, "It's a treasure obtained together with the god binding board." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he reappeared with a short iron arrow in his hand. The arrow's body was simple and unadorned. It was dark and dull, and the arrowhead was round and blunt. It did not look powerful. However, the two girls felt their hearts palpitating. They did not dare to stand in front of it and move to its side and behind it. That monk Ding Ru still thinks he has the upper hand. He doesn't know that it's a trap, Li Feiyu said proudly. He's courting death. He can't blame anyone else. Chapter 2769. "Wait," Song Jing said. She looked around and said coldly, "To prevent him from coming again, I need to channel my energy." Li Feiyu nodded. "Miss Song is thoughtful." Song Jing channeled her divine energy and locked the void. Li Feiyu and Jing Xian felt their surroundings stagnate, as if they were stuck in a swamp. Their cultivation levels were high and their senses were sharp. They could clearly feel that the void was sealed and could not escape. Li Feiyu praised, "Miss Song's cultivation level is really amazing." Song Jing said lightly, "It's not worth mentioning. Let's begin." Li Feiyu said, "Very well. The heart technique of the god destroying arrow is not difficult. There are only 9 incantations. Please listen carefully." He then recited the 9 incantations. The two women remembered it immediately. After a moment of silence, they nodded. They understood it. The heart technique was simple, but it required enough inner energy. The stronger the inner energy, the stronger the power of the god destroying arrow. Without enough inner energy, the god destroying arrow would not be moved and would not be activated. When the time comes, just shoot your inner energy into it. Li Feiyu said, then aim at Monk Dingru. The god-destroying arrow will definitely take his life. Let's go. Song Jing could not wait. Li Feiyu was the same. He wanted to kill Chu Li right now. He closed his eyes and held the god-destroying arrow in one hand. He used the other to point between his eyebrows to sense his aura. The god-binding board was smeared with his blood. There was also a subtle aura that others could not sense. Even he had to focus his mind to sense it. He channeled for a moment and slowly opened his eyes. His expression was ugly. What happened? Song Jing asked. Li Feiyu's eyes flashed with hatred. This monk is too cunning. Erased his aura. Song Jing said lightly. She had been worried about this before. This monk Dingru was too cunning. Only he could trick others and not be tricked by others. It was just as she had feared. Li Feiyu sighed. It was erased. I can't sense it. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Song Jing said. Li Feiyu frowned. He racked his brains, but could not do anything. Song Jing shook her head. Jing Xian said, Young Master Li, this god-destroying arrow and god-binding board are together? Is it a set? Yes. Li Feiyu nodded slightly. Moreover, the mental cultivation method for both of them is the same. It's the same 9-line incantation. There's still a glimmer of hope, Jing Xian said. I have a way to go against the flow and use the deity vanquishing arrow to sense the god-binding disc. There's such a wonderful method. Li Feiyu's eyes lit up. Jing Xian said, we can give it a try. Li Feiyu quickly nodded. Abbess, please give it a try. Jing Xian nodded and closed her eyes. Li Feiyu stared at her and felt that she was so beautiful that it was unbelievable. She then quickly glanced at Song Jing, who was quietly staring at her. She sighed inwardly, thinking that it was really the miracle of fate to concentrate the beauty of heaven and earth on the two of them. One was beautiful, the other elegant. They were rare in the world. If he could obtain these two women, then he wouldn't have lived his life in vain. If he couldn't obtain these two women, then no matter how strong his martial arts were, what was the point? Wasn't living to sleep with the most beautiful women? As his thoughts wandered, a cold gaze swept over him, causing him to shiver. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts and met Song Jing's cold stare. He felt inexplicably guilty and smiled awkwardly at her. Song Jing turned her gaze away and was too lazy to care about him. She could faintly feel that his imagination was running wild. Jing Xian suddenly pinched a seal and gently pointed at the god-destroying arrow. Buzz! The god-destroying arrow let out a bell-like sound. Li Feiyu was shocked and quickly held the god-destroying arrow tightly, afraid that it would fly away. He had already lost the god-binding plate. If he lost the god-destroying arrow as well, it would be really painful. He said it as if he didn't care, but in fact, he hated that the god-binding plate was snatched away. This was his trump card, but it was snatched away before it could unleash its power. His anger and heartache turned into murderous intent, and he wanted to cut Chu Li into 1,000 pieces. Jing Xian said, Young Master Li, quickly sense it. Li Feiyu quickly put away his distracting thoughts and focused on sensing the aura emitted by the god-destroying arrow. He was very familiar with this aura, but it was more intense than usual. It was obviously caused by Abbess Jing Xian's secret technique. He really should not underestimate the heroes of the world. There was such a mysterious secret technique. I found it, Li Feiyu quickly said. The two women's expressions became serious. Let's go, Song Jing said. Li Feiyu quickly said, Follow me. Song Jing and Jing Xian lightly slapped him with their palms respectively. He did not dodge and allowed the two palms to hit him. Then, he suddenly disappeared. The two women followed him and disappeared. The three of them appeared at the peak of a mountain. The wind howled, and there was a cliff and a deep valley next to them. Two pine trees leaned out as if they were stretching their waists to look at the unfathomable valley. They could vaguely hear the rumbling sound of the raging waves. Chu Li was sitting cross-legged on a green rock, motionless. Facing the sudden appearance of the three, he only opened his eyes and smiled. Dingru, Let's see where you can run this time. Song Jing scoffed. She looked around with her bright eyes. This was a towering mountain. Clouds covered their eyes, and they could only vaguely see the top of the mountain in the distance. It was bone-chilling, but they were surrounded by a lush pine forest that stood against the wind. Their cultivation level was high, and they were not affected by the cold. It was really quiet here, and no one would disturb them. It was suitable for isolated cultivation and enlightenment. Moreover, they were closer to the sky, and they could feel the vast heaven and earth, so their comprehension was better. Her gaze fell back on Chu Li. Chu Li sat cross-legged on the green rock and looked at the three of them. His gaze finally fell on Jing Xian. This abyss is... I'm Jing Xian. Jing Xian smiled sweetly. A disciple of Heaven Moon Nunnery. Heaven Moon Nunnery, Jing Xian. Chu Li pondered and nodded. He quickly searched in his mind and found information about Heaven Moon Nunnery. He knew that it was also one of the top sections. However, Heaven Moon Nunnery was far away from Great Mercy Temple. Great Mercy Temple was located in the east, and Heaven Moon Nunnery was located in the north. There was an unknown distance between them. If it was not for the void diversion, it would take a long time to get there with light body technique. This world was unimaginably vast. Chu Li had lived here for a long time. According to his exploration, it was probably thousands of times larger than the Outland. Therefore, it was almost impossible for the two sects to have any conflicts. There were no conflicts of interest, unlike Great Mercy Temple, Five Thunder Peak, and the other four sects that were so close to the sects on the sea. Jing Xian said, Master Ding Ru's methods are amazing. I admire you, but this time, you won't be able to escape. It's really a pity. I'm also deeply grateful that Buddhism has a genius like Master Ding Ru. Chu Li chuckled and shook his head. It seems that you still have a trump card. Let's try it then. As he spoke, he glanced at the God-destroying arrow in Li Feiyu's hand and felt his heart palpitate. He said faintly, This treasure has the same origin as the previous one, right? Monk Ding Ru, it's useless even if you have the God-binding board. Li Feiyu sneered proudly. Without the heart technique, it's useless. Chu Li nodded. That's not bad. No need? Gather? Professional mulberry envy of others, as she spoke, she gently pointed at the God-destroying arrow. Jing Xian and Li Feiyu pointed at the God-destroying arrow at the same time. The God-destroying arrow disappeared. However, Chu Li sat in a daze as if he had not reacted. He only stared at Li Feiyu. Chapter 2770. He stared at Li Feiyu, trying to see through Li Feiyu's heart technique. Among the three of them, the two women were shrouded by a powerful force that could not be seen through. Only Li Feiyu might have been absorbed by the God-destroying arrow and become weak, so he could see through the circulation of the heart technique. Bam! Chu Li was sent flying. A smile appeared on his face. Song Jing's expression was solemn. The void seemed to be locked by an invisible force, and he could not escape into the void. Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still held the God-destroying arrow in his hand with a smile on his face. Impossible! Li Feiyu cried out involuntarily. He did not believe that Chu Li could withstand an attack from the God-destroying arrow. The God-destroying arrow attacked the soul. It was not difficult to have a powerful cultivation level, but it was not easy to have a powerful soul. The power of the soul was illusory and difficult for ordinary people to touch. Only top-notch masters could touch it. The martial arts that could truly attack the soul were the most difficult to cultivate and the most mysterious. The same was true for treasures that attacked the soul. Therefore, the God-destroying arrow was rare and powerful. Once one was injured by it, he would definitely die. In his opinion, Chu Li's cultivation level was lower than his, so he would definitely die after being hit by the God-destroying arrow. However, Chu Li was safe and sound, and he could still smile. Chu Li was secretly delighted. The interspatial bracelet was indeed extraordinary. It blocked the attack and stored the energy in the interspatial bracelet without being released. Now that he had obtained the God-vanquishing arrow and knew how to use it, he had gained a lot. In comparison, he didn't care about the three of them attacking him. Young Master Li, What's wrong with this god-destroying arrow? Jing Xian asked. Did we make a mistake? It shouldn't be, Li Feiyu said hurriedly. Its power is very shocking. How could he defend against it? Jing Xian said, Is our heart technique wrong? She was not in a hurry to attack again. It was indeed strange that Chu Li could block the god-crashing arrow. The god-crashing arrow gave her an extremely dangerous feeling, and after she activated it, the feeling of danger became even stronger, forcing them to retreat. However, when it landed on Ding Ru, it only made him spit out a mouthful of blood. As they spoke, Song Jing flashed in front of Chu Li and struck out a palm. Wherever the palm energy reached, a black hole seemed to appear in the surrounding void, wanting to devour Chu Li. Li Feiyu and Jing Xian could vaguely see this black hole, and their hearts trembled. This palm strike obviously manipulated the power of the void. It was a combination of mental power and inner force, and it was the manifestation of the highest level of martial arts. Chu Li extended his palm to receive the attack. Bang! He flew out again and spat out another mouthful of blood in midair. Song Jing followed up with another palm strike. Bam! Chu Li took another hit and spat out blood. He was beaten by Song Jing like a sandbag in the air, and he kept drifting backward while coughing up blood. However, he still wore a smile on his face, as if he enjoyed being beaten. Jing Xian shook her head as she watched. Li Feiyu raised his voice and said, Miss Song, hit this way. Song Jing was about to hit Chu Li out of the mountain peak and into the deep ravine below. The sound of raging waves could be heard from below, but no matter how dangerous it was insignificant to top-notch experts like them. They didn't take it to heart. If they hit the monk into the mountain stream, he wouldn't die at all. Instead, he would be able to escape. Song Jing scoffed and flew past Chu Li to strike another palm. Chu Li turned around and flew away. Li Feiyu slapped his back, and he flew towards Song Jing again. Song Jing struck again, and he flew toward Li Feiyu. He was hit back and forth by the two of them like a rubber ball. However, he took the hit head-on every time and was sent flying. He looked worse and worse. In the end, although he no longer spat out blood, his face was pale. Jing Xian frowned and stood aside. Although she couldn't bear it, she forcefully suppressed it. He was an enemy and had already tried to kill him. It was useless to be soft-hearted, as he would definitely take revenge. It was better to get rid of him completely. Li Feiyu snorted angrily as he hit him. Ding Ru, you're a monk. How greedy. First, it was the god-binding board, then the god-destroying arrow. What's the use of snatching it? Aren't you just courting death? When you're dead, I'll take it back too. Chu Li took the hit head-on and flew out awkwardly, but he had a smile on his face. How can I return it when it's in my hands? Just give up. Are you a monk or not? You're so greedy. Li Feiyu slapped him again. Chu Li smiled. It's not like I'm heartless. It's just that I've seen through and transcended life and death. Transcending worries is the most greedy thing to do. Who said that I'm not greedy? You're full of twisted logic. Song Jing sneered. Her palm was as light as a lover's caress. Wherever her palm energy passed, it was accompanied by wind and thunder and explosions in the void. Chu Li said, Miss Song, you don't understand Buddhism. I do understand Buddhism. Jing Xian smiled sweetly. Master Ding Ru, you're really full of twisted logic. Chu Li shook his head. I have no grudges with you, but you want to forcefully get involved in karma. Aren't you afraid? Jing Xian smiled and said nothing. Speaking of which, she did forcefully get involved in karma. Once retribution befell her, she could not get rid of it. However, when it came to Song Jing's revenge, she was naturally duty-bound. Even if the other party was a disciple of the Great Mercy Temple, she could not do anything about it. Song Jing frowned. She faintly felt that something was wrong. Monk Ding Ru's cultivation level was not as high as hers. With Li Feiyu's help, the two of them took turns to attack. This stupid monk should have been heavily injured and could not take it anymore. How could he still be alive and well? He even had a smile on his face, as if he was enjoying it. There must be something wrong. Chu Li sighed. The Paradise Island is a guest on the sea. Plundering is their second nature. They should be enemies with the sects on land. Heaven Moon Nunnery has a good relationship with the Paradise Island. It's really infuriating. Jing Xian shook her head and smiled. The Heaven Moon Nunnery has nothing to do with the Paradise Island. I only have a friendship with the island owner. We can't be confused. The islands on the sea did not have a good reputation on land. Although each sect only cared about the snow in front of them and did not care about the frost on the roofs of others, the islands on the sea only plundered the coastal areas. The Great Mercy Temple and the other 4 sects could not touch the other sects like the Heaven Moon Nunnery. However, being too close to them would affect their reputation. Chuli scoffed. I'm just fooling a child. Miss Song, do you really have to kill her sect? That's right. Song Jing scoffed. Sigh. Chuli shook his head and sighed. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he took out a round jade plate from his inner pocket. God-binding plate. Li Feiyu scoffed angrily. When he saw the God-binding plate, he could not help but feel distressed. He wanted to snatch it away. Chuli suddenly stopped in the air. He did not fly toward the two. He held the God-binding plate with both hands. His face suddenly turned red as if he was drunk. Oh no! Li Feiyu quickly shouted. Run! When he saw the God-binding plate start to glow, he felt a chill in his heart and wanted to escape. However, the surrounding void had been locked. He could not escape in time. Song Jing also felt a chill. She quickly withdrew the calm, rippling ocean power and was about to disappear. Buzz! The God-binding plate suddenly burst into a bright light. It was like a falling sun. The light instantly enveloped Song Jing, Li Feiyu, Jing Xian, and of course, Chuli. Chuli exhaled. He staggered in the air and floated to the ground. Haha, I'm a Buddha. Then, he laughed and slowly walked towards Song Jing and the other 2. The 3 of them stood still like statues. Chapter 2771. Li Feiyu was in disbelief. The incantation to activate the God-binding disc was the same as the God-destroying arrow, but it was impossible for Monk Ding Ru to know the incantation to activate the God-destroying arrow, much less the God-binding disc. More importantly, just knowing the incantation was useless, as one needed sufficient inner force to activate it. No matter how strong Chu Li's cultivation level was, he would not be stronger than him. How could he possibly activate it? Chu Li chuckled. Are you surprised, young Master Li? How could this be? Li Feiyu cried out involuntarily. The God-binding plate didn't bind their mouths, and their brains were still working. It was just that their inner force and their bodies were out of their control and had lost connection. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. Chu Li sighed. I still have to thank the both of you for your help. I know a little about the inner energy conversion technique, so I was able to convert your palm force into the energy needed to activate the God-binding disc. It was just right. In fact, he was using the wonderful effect of the interspatial bracelet to store their palm energy into the bracelet. Then, according to the incantation, he channeled it into the God-binding plate. During this process, his meridians felt as if they were being torn apart. However, his body had been remolded by the hellfire and was unimaginably strong. He was not injured at all. Amazing! Li Feiyu widened his eyes and sighed. He rolled his eyes, looked left and right, and said in a deep voice, How are you going to deal with us? Chu Li grinned and said, As for those who wanted to kill me, of course, I will kill them. I can only apologize to the 3 of you. As he spoke, he slowly walked up to Song Jing. Song Jing stared at him coldly. If you want to kill me, just do it. Gai Chu Li shook his head and sighed. The heavens and earth favor you, Miss Song. You're a masterpiece of good fortune, but it's going to be destroyed by my hands. I really feel guilty. Hypocrite. Song Jing squinted at him disdainfully. Give up, I won't beg for mercy. Jing Xian smiled sweetly and said, I didn't expect Great Master Ding Ru to be someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Why don't you spare Miss Song's life? Chu Li said, Abbess Jing Xian, our karma must be erased too. Let's send Miss Song to heaven first. As he spoke, he slowly stretched out his palm and formed a seal with both hands. Don't worry, I'll kill you with one strike. I won't let you feel any pain, Miss Song. Umaba. As soon as he said that, without waiting for Song Jing to speak, The demon vanquishing seal was already pressed against her chest. Bang! It sounded like a ball exploding. Song Jing flew 30 feet away and stood steadily. The surrounding wind howled, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. The palm energy of the demon vanquishing seal had struck the void, but the void could not withstand the force. She flew back 30 feet, but it was more like she had borrowed the force to retreat. At this time, she still had the strength to fight back. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared in front of Song Jing and struck out with the demon vanquishing seal again. Bang! Song Jing's body glowed with a deep blue light and collided with the demon subduing seal, producing a loud explosion. The dark clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and the wind was howling even more fiercely. Chu Li's gray cowl fluttered in the wind. He took 2 steps back and frowned at Song Jing. Song Jing's body didn't move, but her eyes were cold. If you want to kill me, then die with me. Chu Li smiled. Forgive me for not keeping you company. He took out the god-vanquishing arrow and pointed it at Song Jing. Then his face turned pale, and the god-vanquishing arrow disappeared. Bang! Bang! The blue light on Song Jing's body suddenly disappeared, and her body flew into the sky like a rag doll. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky condensed and turned into a black that fell on Chu Li like a raindrop. Chu Li could not dodge in time and was hit by the black dot. He let out a muffled sound and flew backward, spitting out an arrow of blood in the air. The arrow of blood was mixed with minced meat. Jing Xian shouted, "Song Jing!" Song Jing fell to the ground with a bang and was motionless. Chu Li staggered and landed on the ground. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth, but he did not escape immediately. With difficulty, he staggered to Song Jing and reached out his hand to touch her forehead. She was already dead, without any signs of life. She was completely dead. He looked down at the god-vanquishing arrow and smiled. The power of the god-vanquishing arrow was indeed amazing. Then, he looked at the quiet Song Jing, who seemed to be sleeping. Song Jing was shockingly beautiful at this time, like a sleeping beauty. No one could bear to disturb her sleep and wake her up by making a loud noise. Ding Ru! Li Feiyu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He screamed, "You're so cruel. Are you a man or not? How could he bear to kill such a beautiful woman? This monk Ding Ru deserved to die 1,000 times." Chu Li sighed and shook his head. He inexplicably felt a sense of melancholy. Such a beautiful woman was not an evil person in her bones. She was not a vicious beauty, but she died in his hands. He could not bear to destroy such a beautiful woman. However, when he thought of how ruthless she was and how she would kill his master, his 2 senior brothers, and himself, he had no choice but to do so. No matter how melancholy he felt, he had to kill her to avoid future troubles. Jing Xian said softly, "It's our turn now, right?" Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood with a few pieces of mincemeat. The power of Song Jing's attack was shocking. His body could not withstand it now. His internal organs were already shattered, but he did not care about this kind of injury. Although his strength had weakened, it would not be a problem for him to kill Jing Xian and Li Feiyu. He slowly pulled out the flashlight sword from his waist. He could not bear to look at Song Jing. He slowly reached out to cut off her head to prevent her from having a resurrection secret skill like him. In the midst of his angry roar, Li Feiyu's clothes were shredded into pieces and scattered in all directions. A dark light shrouded him, and his appearance and naked body could not be seen clearly. "B***starred monk, you must die," Li Feiyu roared, and suddenly turned into a stream of light that shot toward Chu Li. Chu Li frowned and disappeared in a flash. Bang, 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 bang. Li Feiyu missed, and a series of explosions sounded around him. It was as if the void was shattered. Li Feiyu roared, "Ding Ru! Ding Ru! Come out now!" He roared, and the dark light around him became brighter. The surrounding void began to stagnate, as if it was going to lock the void. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. He disappeared completely. Only Li Feiyu's angry roar could be heard on the giant peak. It was firm and did not dissipate in the howling wind. It spread far and wide. Chu Li's injuries were deteriorating too quickly. He had to leave. That strange power continued to destroy her internal organs. In just a few breaths, she would die. Song Jing's last attack was too strange. It seemed to be able to withstand the power of the hellfire and not be destroyed. Ah! Li Feiyu roared and came in front of Song Jing. He reached out to touch Song Jing's forehead and shook his head. He let go of his hand and remained silent. The dark light that shrouded him flashed twice. He suddenly turned his head to look at Jing Xian. Jing Xian did not move. She looked at everything in front of her calmly, as if she had become cold and detached. Like a god, looking down at the joys and sorrows of the world. The dark light flashed a few times and suddenly retracted into Li Feiyu's body. He stared at Jing Xian strangely. His eyes did not blink and gradually became fiery. Jing Xian could not move at all. She stood there quietly, and her appearance was indescribably pure. Chapter 2772. A good romance novel website song. Jing suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was calm and deep like the vast ocean. Junior sister Song. Jing Xian could not help but call out. Song Jing smiled. Senior sister. You? Jing Xian looked at her from head to toe and felt her ocean-like aura. She said emotionally, You really came back to life. Buddha bless you, Amitabha Buddha. Song Jing sighed. I have to thank Dingru. Jing Xian said, Song Jing looked into the distance and said emotionally, After experiencing death, I have a deeper understanding of the book of pacifying seas, and my cultivation level has improved. Senior sister, do you think I should thank Dingru? Towards the end of her sentence, her voice became low and contained a deep murderous intent. Jing Xian said softly, You have to be careful. Don't lose your composure because of your murderous intent. He's too cunning. Yes. Song Jing nodded lightly. She then took a step to Jing Xian's side and looked at her. Two forces instantly drilled into her from the soles of her feet. Then, like warm spring water, it quickly washed through her internal organs. She felt as if her entire body was being ironed and all her pores were opened. Thank you, junior sister. Jing Xian smiled sweetly. Now, her injuries were all gone. No wonder junior sister could come back to life. This energy contained a vigorous vitality that was beyond imagination. With such an aura, it was not difficult to understand why she could come back to life. This was a true secret skill. Senior sister, you should go back, Song Jing said. Don't worry, I can deal with him now. Jing Xian said, He doesn't know you're still alive. You can take the opportunity to plot against him. She was still worried about Song Jing. Even if her cultivation level was higher than Chu Li's, she still felt worried. It was best to plot against Chu Li when he was unprepared and kill him in one blow. Song Jing thought about it and nodded. I'll listen to you, senior sister. Jing Xian then smiled. And that Li Feiyu, he almost wanted to swallow me when I was down. I could only use my secret skill to escape. He's a wolf, so it's best to be careful. We'll become opponents in the end. Song Jing nodded. It's good to use him now. The Feather Sword sect won't give up their territory obediently. There will be a battle, as long as you understand. Jing Xian gently nodded, pressed her palms together, and said, Then I'll go back first. You should visit the abyss when you're free. Song Jing nodded. Jing Xian floated away, while Song Jing flashed back to the palace of heavenly songs. The moment Song Jing woke up, Chu Li also slowly opened his eyes. He sighed. In the end, he was still alive. It was really too dangerous this time. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and the sound of the breeze brushing past the top of the wall and the bamboo leaves drifted into his ears. His heart was calm and tranquil. Just what kind of power did Song Jing use? How could it be so powerful? Fortunately, the life and death scripture could be dissolved through death, unlike the hellfire, which would not rest until one died. He had always felt that the power of hellfire was invincible and could burn everything. Unfortunately, there was no such thing in the world. The power of hellfire had a nemesis, and it was not always successful. Song Jing's power was the nemesis. He sighed. This way, he would lose one of his trump cards. Fortunately, he now had the god-destroying arrow, the god-binding plate, and the interspatial bracelet. He would be able to put up a fight. He squinted his eyes, and the soaring star technique and other skills were activated in his mind. He could not help but frown. Brother Ding Ding, please come in. Chu Li raised his voice. He saw Monk Ding Ding standing outside the door, looking at him with a worried expression. Monk Ding Ding pushed the door open and saw Chu Li in the courtyard. He smiled. How's your injury? It's not a big deal, Chu Li said. Monk Ding Ding said, Brother, is that Song Jing really dead? We were just preparing for their revenge. Chu Li shook his head. She's alive again. Ding Ding was startled. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I really don't know if I'm happy or not. Once she died, they would definitely take revenge. But if she's not dead, Masters Junior Hui Guang and you guys will be in danger. Chu Li said, I'll kill her again. He said and pressed his palms together. Monk Ding Ding quickly said, Be careful. Chu Li smiled and nodded before disappearing. The next moment, he appeared in Luchuan City and came to a restaurant. This restaurant was towering and majestic. It was one of the best restaurants in Luchuan City. The banner was fluttering high with the words Summoning Cloud Restaurant written on it. The words fluttered in the wind and shone with golden light. When Chu Li arrived at the restaurant, it was not mealtime. The restaurant was not crowded. He went to a table by the window and ordered a few dishes and a jug of good wine. He sat quietly by the window. After a while, a white shadow flashed and a faint fragrance wafted. Song Jing appeared opposite him and sat down. Chu Li smiled and raised his silver cup. Miss Song, congratulations, congratulations. What are you congratulating me for? Song Jing said lightly. Her bright eyes were cold as she stared at Chu Li as if she wanted to see through his heart. Chu Li said, Isn't it a great blessing to be resurrected from the dead? From now on, I'll have a deeper understanding of life and martial arts. Isn't it a great blessing? If that's the case, I should thank you? Song Jing sneered and looked at him. Chu Li smiled. You're welcome. It was an accident. If it were you, you would have killed him too, right? Yes. Song Jing nodded and said lightly, If you were me, now that your cultivation level has improved, you would have killed him too, wouldn't you? Chu Li nodded. Yes. Song Jing said, This time, you won't have any tricks up your sleeves, and you won't have anything to borrow. Just accept your death. I won't give you a chance to resurrect this time. I'll cut off your head. Chu Li smiled. It's a good lesson indeed. He put down the silver cup and filled it up again. He took a sip and said, What about Li Fei Yu? Even if I didn't kill you, he won't let go of the chance, right? Him? Song Jing said, You don't have to worry about that. I'll send him to you sooner or later. Chu Li lifted his silver cup and took a sip. Miss Song, don't you think you're being too aggressive? He waved his hand and called for a waiter to refill Song Jing's silver cup. He filled it up for her. Come, let's have a drink before we fight. All right. Song Jing lifted her silver cup and took a sip. Actually, I quite admire you. Today, other than Isla Master Wan, you're the most difficult opponent I've met. Chu Li smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Song. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at the three elders who suddenly appeared behind him. These three old men all wore black robes, and their faces were flushed red. Their eyes were like cold lightning when they opened and closed, frightening one's soul. Chu Li was shocked and could not help but want to retreat. However, the three of them had already locked themselves in the void. If he made any sudden movements, they would attack him like a storm. Chu Li bowed with pressed palms and smiled. Seniors, you are? Are you Ding Ru? The short and fat elder among them hissed. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, but it rang clearly in Chu Li's ears. It shook his blood and made him even more shocked. Such a powerful master. Which sect's ancestor had appeared? Could it be the Feather Sword sect? Yes, I am. Chu Li bowed with pressed palms. That's good. The short and fat elder nodded and looked at Song Jing. Who are you? P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2773. I am his mortal enemy. Song Jing said, I am his mortal enemy. She could tell that the man was not friendly and had a strong cultivation level. He must be here for Chu Li. She would not take the blame and pushed it away. Mortal enemy, the short and plump elder sneered. He looked at Chu Li and Song Jing as if Chu Li was treating him as a fool. He scoffed and said, "Very well, mortal enemies." Chu Li said, "She is indeed my enemy, not my friend. Why don't we let her go first?" Song Jing turned and glared at him. If he did not say that last sentence, the three old men might let her go. But that last sentence cut off her path of retreat. They would think that they had a close relationship, maybe even a couple. This stupid monk is so evil. "I am Meng Chun from Thousand Sun Island," the short elder said. "Does this name remind you of anything?" The other two elders stood behind him with their hands clasped behind their backs. Their auras gradually surged. The tables and chairs around them moved away. Soon, the area around the five was empty. All the tables and chairs were pushed to the corner. The servants nearby also retreated and ran down the stairs. Chu Li frowned and shook his head. He looked at Song Jing. Song Jing was surprised. "Meng Chun from Thousand Sun Island? Are you the Flying Sun divine sword from 1,000 years ago?" "That is me." Meng Chun stroked his beard and said proudly, "My name has not been forgotten." Song Jing said, "I heard that Senior Meng has fallen. I think you fell while exploring an underwater ruin. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Congratulations. I am the deputy island leader of Sky Island, Song Jing. I'm not an outsider. I have a good relationship with Mengyu." She smiled faintly as she spoke. She finally got away from Chu Li and did not have to be misunderstood. Chu Li smiled. "So you are a master from Thousand Sun Island. My apologies. You flatter me." Meng Chen's face darkened. He said coldly, "Mengyu is my grandson." Chu Li sighed. "Looks like you are here for revenge. As long as you understand." Meng Chen said coldly, "A life for a life. I will not let you die easily." "Ba." Chu Li pressed his palms together and said, "Since they're looking for me for revenge, it has nothing to do with Miss Song. Furthermore, Miss Song and I are mortal enemies. You shouldn't drag her into this. Please let her go first." "Dingha." Song Jing gave him a sidelong glance. She secretly cursed Chu Li for being despicable. He was determined to drag her down with him. 1,000 years ago, Meng Chun was already one of the most powerful cultivators on the Thousand Sun Island. If he hadn't met with misfortune, even if he wasn't as powerful as Wan Xiang, he would still be one of the most powerful cultivators. Now that Meng Chen's cultivation was a level higher than his, Ding Ru would not be able to deal with him, so he wanted to drag him down with him. Looking at Meng Chen's expression, it was clear that he had already regarded Meng Chun as one of the monk's accomplices. There was no point in explaining. This kind of old fellow was usually extremely stubborn. Once he had decided on something, it was useless no matter what others said. In a situation where the first impression was the strongest, even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, he would not believe him. Chu Li quickly waved his hand and said anxiously, "Hurry up and leave. Let's go." "You stinky monk." Song Jing scolded him, then turned her head and said, "Senior Meng is looking for him for revenge, so hurry up and do it. He's full of tricks. Who knows what he's going to do? Let's see what he's going to do." Meng Chun said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold electricity, as if he had already cut Chu Li into 1,000 pieces. He laughed coldly and said, "One man can defeat 10 men. His martial arts are inferior. So what's the point of having more tricks? I will make him despair bit by bit until he finally breaks down and begs for death." Chu Li laughed and said, "Meng Yu is a lustful devil. He really deserves to die." Song Jing pursed her red lips and scoffed. "Shut up. Do it." Her cultivation suddenly surged out, and the air around her became sticky. Another layer of space was locked down, and with the additional lock, the space became even more dense. It was impossible to shift within a radius of 100 meters, so she could only use her light body technique, but her speed was greatly reduced. Chu Li swung his arm and shot an arrow. He used the flying dagger technique to activate the god-destroying arrow. With a flash of yellow light, the god-destroying arrow was already in front of Meng Chun. Meng Chun laughed coldly and reached out to grab the god-destroying arrow. His cultivation level was far higher than Chu Li's, so the arrow was not fast enough. Meng Chun's reaction was faster. Just as a smile appeared on his face, his expression changed. He hurriedly threw the god-destroying arrow at Chu Li. It was fast and ruthless, even faster than when he shot it at Meng Chun. The key was that his inner energy was fierce and overbearing. Chu Li waved his hand, and the god-destroying arrow paused in the air before obediently returning to his hand. He smiled at Meng Chun. He used the heavenly blade heart technique to activate the god-destroying arrow. The god-destroying arrow was made of a strange material that vaguely resembled the formless blade. This made him understand that it was probably something from the upper heaven or a higher heaven. Meng Chun stared at him with a gloomy face. "What kind of energy is this?" Chu Li smiled. "I can't tell you. Third brother, fourth brother, kill him." Meng Chun swung his right hand and shouted in a deep voice. A strange energy was entering his palm and moving forward along his arm. His pure yang energy could not be dissolved immediately, so it needed time. Chu Li swung his arm and shot another arrow. The three of them were too close, so this arrow was much faster than the previous one. One of the thin elders thought that Chu Li's arrow was nothing special. He looked down on the arrow and reached out his hand to catch nothing. The god-destroying arrow had already shot into his heart. He used his protective chi construct to block it, and it went into his body again. However, this block was enough for him to move away from his chest, and the arrow pierced through his right chest. Chu Li rushed forward to face the other elder. Bang! The demon suppression seal collided with the elder's fist, and a loud, dull sound was heard. He flew away lightly and spat out a mist of blood in the air. He then waved his hand, and the god-destroying arrow flew back into his sleeve. The thin elder held his chest, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly sat down and said, "Fourth brother, be careful of his arrow. The energy is very strange." Good, good. Meng Chun's face darkened, and he shouted, "What kind of evil technique is this?" He moved like a ghost. Bang! Chu Li, who was flying toward the wall, was hit in the chest and flew backward again to face the other elder. Chu Li spat out another mouthful of blood. "Miss Song, if you continue to stand by, we won't be able to escape." "Oomph." Song Jing rolled her eyes at him. She had already locked the void and slowed their movements. Otherwise, with Chu Li's cultivation level, he would not even be able to touch the hem of her clothes. Chu Li suddenly took out the god-destroying arrow and pointed it at Meng Chun. Meng Chun's hair stood on end, and he suddenly moved. Chu Li chuckled. "How's my flying arrow?" As he spoke, he put the god-destroying arrow back and formed a demon suppression seal with both hands to face the other elder. Bang! He flew again and spat out another mouthful of blood. Meng Chun saw that the god-destroying arrow was not flying toward him, and he secretly sighed in relief. The energy that had burrowed into his body was still there, and it was almost impossible to resolve. It was really evil, and it was no wonder he felt creeped out. As Chu Li flew in the air, he took out the god-destroying arrow again and pointed it at Meng Chun. "Miss Song, TSS." The god-destroying arrow suddenly lit up. Meng Chun was about to dodge, but his body froze, and an invisible force suddenly wrapped around him. As he struggled to break free, darkness suddenly surged in front of him, and he was completely swallowed by it. Chapter 2774. Good Romance Novel Network. Chu Li suddenly flashed and pointed at another thin elder who was sitting cross-legged. The god-destroying arrow shone again. The skinny elder felt his blood run cold. He tried to dodge, but was blocked by an invisible force. Then, his vision went black, and he didn't know what happened. He was killed by the god-vanquishing arrow. Chu Li laughed and said, "Great." He was indescribably happy. One of them attacked, while the other interfered. Their cooperation was flawless. "Ah!" The last elder roared, and looked at his two senior brothers in disbelief. They had a fortuitous encounter in the ruins and went into isolated cultivation. They did not expect that a year in the ruins was 1,000 years in the outside world. Meng Shun was furious when he heard that his great-grandson was dead and the Meng's bloodline was lost. He swore to take revenge. He thought it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, and it was a piece of cake. He did not expect that these two youngsters with decent cultivation would be so difficult to deal with together. Moreover, they had peerless treasures. They failed miserably. He reached out to take the treasure in Meng Chen's arms. He moved quickly. When his hand touched Meng Chen's black robe, he smiled and thought excitedly, "As long as I get the treasure, I can kill them with one blow. Neither of them can escape." They died unjustly because they did not have time to use the treasure. The key was that they underestimated these two youngsters. They did not expect them to be so difficult to deal with. Even eldest senior brother wanted to seriously injure them and torture them after capturing them, so that Dingru would not die easily. In the end, they were killed by accident. It was sad and hateful. He had already touched the treasure. His heart was boiling with killing intent. Chi, the god-destroying arrow, shone brightly. He felt a chill and wanted to use the treasure. His body froze. Then his vision went black, and he did not know what happened. Chuli laughed and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Songjing. Songjing's face was as pale as a sheet. These 3 restraints were invisible and silent. She had risked her life and restrained the wind and thunder. The 3 old men's cultivation was too strong. In order to block them, she had used her secret skill. If they did not die, she would die. There was no time to hesitate. She knew that she could not fall into their hands. She was not naive enough to expect them to spare her because of the friendship between the 2 islands. Chuli smiled and said, "Congratulations." "Same to you." Song Jing snorted and waved her hand softly. The chair beside her flew over to her. She sat on it and let out a long sigh. "This time, I really poked a hornet's nest. They were probably the strongest people on Thousand Sun Island. Now that they're dead, there's no need to worry about Thousand Sun Island anymore." Chuli smiled as he put away the god-destroying arrow. He looked at Meng Chen's chest, where a small black orb had fallen. The dead elder's finger touched the small black bead, but he didn't manage to grab it in time and was killed by the god-vanquishing arrow. Needless to say, this little black bead was definitely a powerful treasure. Song Jing's gaze also fell on the little black bead. She glanced at him indifferently. "Damn monk, you're really despicable and shameless." Chuli smiled. "Isn't this good? We worked together to eliminate them. If we really rebelled, we would have been defeated by them one by one. Our lives would have been worse than death. We saved each other, so there's no need to thank each other." Song Jing snorted. "I was tricked by you, so I need to compensate you." Chuli said, "If I hadn't used the god-destroying arrow, wouldn't we have all died?" Song Jing said coldly, "I could have escaped." "Ha!" Chuli shook his head and laughed. "They have treasures too, but they didn't use them because they underestimated you. You can't escape." Song Jing said, "Thousand Sun Island isn't as simple as you think. If you kill an old man like him, the other old men won't let it go. They'll feel the same way and will definitely seek revenge." Chuli smiled. "Those old men aren't that bad, right?" Song Jing curled her red lips and sneered. "Do you think they're easy to deal with just because we killed these 3? Chuli shook his head. The god-vanquishing arrow had 2 strands of karmic fire attached to it, and Song Jing happened to be able to restrain the karmic fire. Although the 3 old men's cultivation was strong, they couldn't do so. Coupled with Song Jing's desperate efforts and the marvelous god-vanquishing arrow, the 3 of them were finally killed. A treasure like the god-destroying arrow was rare, just like the formless blade. Without it, the 2 of them would have died at the hands of the 3 old men. Therefore, they were really lucky to be able to kill the 3 of them this time. "Let me tell you a secret." Song Jing snorted and said, "The Thousand Sun Island and our Heavenly Joy Island are actually separated into the inner and outer islands. The inner island is where the old guys cut themselves off from the outside world and focus on cultivating and exploring the ocean. The outer island is where you see the real islands." Chuli asked, "How does your cultivation level compare to the inner islands?" Song Jing scoffed. My cultivation level is high because of a fortuitous encounter. I might not be weaker than them, but don't think that they're weak. Other than cultivating, they're looking for ancient ruins and cultivating ancient heart techniques. It's easy for them to encounter antique martial arts and become ridiculously strong. It's not surprising that some of them are stronger than me. Chuli touched his chin and frowned, deep in thought. The power of the islands on the ocean was only the tip of the iceberg. The forces under the water were even stronger. It was really troublesome. Song Jing dodged and reached for the small black bead. Chuli blocked her with his body. Bam! Both of them took a step back. A strong gust of wind blew and their clothes fluttered. Chuli smiled. Trying to get my attention so that you can recover your inner energy. Too bad I saw through you. He sighed to himself. As expected, Song Jing was weak. Otherwise, she would not have been able to block it so easily. Bam, 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 bam. Both of their palms kept hitting each other. In a continuous muffled sound, the wind howled. The windows of the restaurant were rolled up and sent flying into the sky. The people downstairs looked up and stopped. Chuli shook his head and smiled. Miss Song, don't force me to use the God Destroyer arrow. You can't use it. Song Jing scoffed. She also silently remembered the palm energy that Chu Li received. She carefully sensed the God Destroyer arrow and knew that it could not be used now. Chu Li said, I can easily use it if you use so much force. Then you could try. Song Jing said, how about we split it evenly? Chu Li said, there are 2 black beads in Meng Chen's arms. We'll take one each. Sure. Song Jing nodded. Both of them took a step back and looked at the black bead in Meng Chen's chest. The surging force had already blown Meng Chen's robe. The 2 black beads rolled on the ground. Chuli reached out to take it. Song Jing did the same. Both of their palms met. Bam, 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 bam. They continued to fight. Chuli wanted to take 2 beads at once. Song Jing wanted to do the same. They both had the same idea and ended up fighting again. Despicable. Song Jing sneered. Chuli smiled. Same to you. Both of them had the same thoughts and the same way of doing things. They both wanted to keep it for themselves. One more or one less black bead could save their lives at a critical moment. They were in a life-or-death relationship. How could they leave it to each other? Although Chu Li's cultivation level was slightly lower, he had the interspatial bracelet and a strong body. In addition, Song Jing was not in the sea. Therefore, they were in a stalemate. Chapter 2775. Good romance novel website. She let out a soft laugh, which was very pleasant to hear. However, Chuli found it jarring and unpleasant to hear. His heart sank as he sighed inwardly. It was over. He didn't have long to live. The glazed lotus scripture was actually unable to break the shackles. This strange power was probably the power of the sea, which was different from the power he had seen before. However, he was unable to circulate his power and could only circulate the glazed lotus scripture. Wait, Chuli yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding debris shot out, and even the vermilion pillar was thrown far away. Song Jing took a step forward and approached him. Her jade-like hands lightly patted him. Chuli quickly asked, Miss Song, what about our plan? Song Jing's jade-like palm stopped at his chest and was already close to his heart. She stared at him with a faint smile. As long as you're dead, I'll push the blame of their deaths onto you. Dead men tell no tales. Or you can join forces with Li Feiyu. Chuli sighed. Women are the most vicious. Song Jing's palm was pressed against his chest. She seemed to be exerting her palm energy, but it did not seem like she was exerting it. She looked at Chu Li's panicked expression and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. She smiled and said, Even if you try to stall for time, it's useless. Chu Li asked, What kind of martial arts did you use? It's not a martial art, it's a treasure. Song Jing's smile was like a flower, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. She was beautiful beyond compare. The two of them were so close that he could smell the faint fragrance on her body. Her breath smelled like orchids, yet she insisted on taking his life. He knew that once she killed him, she would learn the lesson of her resurrection from the dead. she would definitely cut off his head and cut off his chance of resurrection. No matter how powerful the life and death scripture was, he would not be able to grow a head. In fact, she would be even more ruthless, directly burning him until there was nothing left but ashes. What treasure? Chu Li hurriedly asked. You still don't want to give up? Song Jing chuckled and said proudly, Soul of the ocean. Chu Li frowned. I've never heard of it. Song Jing's sweet smile suddenly disappeared. Her jade-like face darkened as she coldly said, All right, I'll send you on your way. As she spoke, she was about to channel her energy to attack Chu Li's heart. Bang! Song Jing's body flashed with a deep blue light, and she was sent flying. Bang, 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 bang. The god-punishing thunder sword kept shooting out. The blue light around Song Jing's body flickered nonstop, becoming brighter and brighter. Chu Li's expression changed slightly, and he sighed helplessly. He didn't expect the god-punishing thunder sword to be ineffective. Song Jing had treasures protecting her body. It was truly troublesome. Song Jing flew back and landed in front of him with a faint fragrance. She stared at him coldly. Chu Li sighed. This is also the soul of the ocean. Not bad. Song Jing scoffed. I've underestimated you. She did not expect that Chu Li could still perform such a powerful killing move when he was tied up and unable to use his martial arts. If he did not have the soul of the ocean, he would not be able to escape. As her heart palpitated, her murderous intent intensified. Her jade-like palm slowly pressed against his chest. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Miss Song, why do we have to fight to the death? Heh. Song Jing sneered. Sigh. Chu Li sighed. When we work together, we have great chemistry. This feeling is wonderful. Goodbye. Song Jing did not want to let him delay any longer, and fiercely spat out the palm force. Bam! With a muffled sound, Chu Li flew out. Damn it! Song Jing suddenly remembered that Chu Li had treasures on him. She should take his treasures before killing him. Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Then a light flashed in his sleeve. TSK. With a whistling sound, Song Jing knew something was wrong, but it was too late to react. Boom! With a thunder-like sound, she flew out. Her body shone with a bright blue light. Wherever the blue light touched, debris flew up as if a tornado had picked them up and thrown them into the air. Then, they fell like rain. The surrounding people had already left. No one was injured. However, they all stared at the scene from afar. Bam, 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 bam. Song Jing kept retreating in the air. She launched the god-punishing thunder sword again. With the blue light protecting her body, Song Jing did not suffer much injury. She was only pale and her spirit was weak. Although her body was protected by the treasures, the god-destroying arrow had weakened most of the power. The god-punishing thunder sword still hurt her. Song Jing was 100 meters away. She stood in the air and looked down at him. Good. You're indeed Ding Ru. Chu Li smiled. Miss Song, let's make peace. Song Jing took a step forward and landed on her feet. She bent down and picked up the god-destroying arrow. She said, The power of the god-destroying arrow is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, you don't have it now. You can't activate the god binding board. She knew why Chu Li could activate the god-destroying arrow. It was all because of her palm. However, she did not attack him now. As long as she took his treasures, he would not be able to use her power to activate the god binding board. He would no longer be a threat. Chu Li said, How can you be so sure that the god binding board can't be activated? Song Jing's expression changed slightly. Her body tensed up. She was now a frightened bird. Faced with Chu Li's endless tricks, she was very nervous. Chu Li smiled. It's possible that the god binding board will be activated in the next moment. You try to lure me into attacking you, aren't you? Song Jing sneered. Chu Li smiled without saying a word. Song Jing took a step forward and pressed the god-destroying arrow against his chest. She smiled faintly. It's enough to break your body. I don't need to use my inner energy to kill you. Chu Li said, That won't kill me. Let's try it then. Song Jing said as she exerted force. Bang! She disappeared in a flash. A ray of light flashed and a big pit was formed in front of Chu Li. Song Jing flashed again, and the light missed again. She could clearly see that the light was a ring. When Chu Li wore the universe bracelet on his wrist, he kept it in his sleeve and did not show it to others. She did not notice it. The light that the universe bracelet turned into was silent and did not make any sound. It was the best for a sneak attack. Her spiritual force was strong and her senses were sharp. She dodged in advance when she felt something was wrong. Just as she was feeling pleased with herself, she suddenly froze and her expression changed. Ha! Chu Li laughed. He extended his hand and the universe bracelet went into his sleeve. Song Jing stood still. Her face was gloomy. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "God-binding board." Chu Li laughed. "Miss Song, it's such a pity. You were so close. You still couldn't kill me." Song Jing said coldly, "Consider yourself lucky." Chu Li said, "How about now? Miss Song, how do you want to die? I can fulfill your wish." "What about the peace talks you mentioned?" Song Jing sneered. "You're not going to make peace now?" Chu Li shook his head. Time to changed. As he spoke, he slowly extended his hand and pulled out the god-destroying arrow from Song Jing's hand. He put it into his sleeve and looked at her. "Where is the soul of the ocean hidden?" Song Jing's expression changed slightly. "Dingru, you're a monk." Chu Li bowed with pressed palms and smiled. "I'm sorry." Song Jing gritted her teeth and scoffed. "It's not a tangible object. You can't see it." Chu Li nodded. "That's fine. Let's send you to the next world as soon as possible. I'll be more careful this time. After you die, I'll ask the senior brothers in the temple to help me send you to the next world." Song Jing's expression became uglier. She knew that he would not give her a chance to resurrect this time. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2776. Good romance novel website. There's something I don't understand, Song Jing said solemnly. Chu Li grinned as he looked at her. "Are you trying to stall for time again?" Song Jing said, "Even so, but there's something I don't understand. I have to figure it out." "Tell me," Chu Li said. "Since you're about to die, I can help you. Are those two black pearls really relics?" Song Jing asked. Chu Li nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, it must be a Sarira. Then why is it so powerful?" Song Jing frowned and said, "It's not that I haven't seen relics before, but they've never been this terrifying. It's as if they can destroy the world. This is what I want to understand as well." Chu Li frowned and pondered. When he saw the two black pearls, he immediately recognized that they were relics. He had seen many relics and was very familiar with them. He could tell whether they were real or fake at a glance. Moreover, the two black pearls exuded a solemn and sacred aura, which was unique to Buddhist monks. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. Two black beads popped out of the rubble and landed on his hand. When he felt the exquisite, warm, and hard feeling, he was certain that it was indeed a Sarira, moreover a Sarira of an eminent monk. However, there was a strange aura within it that was extremely cold, extremely evil, and extremely evil. He actually couldn't help but feel a wave of tyrannical killing intent, wishing that he could destroy everything. He frowned. He had many secret techniques on him, and his mind was almost impervious to all kinds of evil. He could suppress many strange techniques, but if it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to do so and would definitely be affected. "Are they relics?" Song Jing asked. Chu Li smiled and kept the black pearl in his pocket. He nodded and said, "That's right. Miss Song, it's time for us to say goodbye. It's a pity that we're enemies. If there's an afterlife, let's be friends." He looked left and right, then shook his head and said with a smile, "Moreover, there's no delaying tactic. There's no turning point." As he spoke, he slowly extended his palm and formed a seal with both hands. The demon's subduing seal was about to be pressed down. "Hey, it's you guys." Suddenly, a shout rang out like thunder. Chu Li's expression changed slightly as he saw four elders suddenly appear. They were dressed in black robes and had haggard faces. Their eyes were like cold lightning as they swept around. By the time they appeared, the surrounding void had already been locked. Clearly, their methods were ruthless. Chu Li turned his palm into a brush, and a gust of wind brushed past Song Jing's body. Song Jing's body relaxed and immediately returned to normal. Her expression turned ugly. Chu Li said in a deep voice, "I'm Li Fei Yu. Who are you?" As he spoke, he took out a black bead from his bosom and sent a stream of inner force into it. Then he threw it at the four black-robed old men at an extremely fast speed. He used the Heavenly Blade Heart Sutra to toss the black beads. With a flash of black light, he had already arrived in front of the four black-robed elders. Kaboom! A thunderous sound rang out. Chu Li and Song Jing were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths. They knew that the black bead was powerful, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. Even though they were 4 to 5 feet away, it was still so powerful. It was 2 to 3 times more powerful than their full-strength attacks. Song Jing suddenly disappeared in a flash. Chu Li frowned and shook his head helplessly. This Song Jing was smart enough, but she probably had too little experience in scheming, so she was less vicious. However, after experiencing the baptism of these two methods, they would become even more terrifying and troublesome. As he was thinking about this, she had already disappeared. When he returned to his own meditation room in the Great Mercy Temple, he let out a long sigh of relief. His internal organs were still faintly aching. He channeled while looking at the remaining black beads. This time, he had obtained 2 treasures, which was a great harvest. With them, in addition to the interspatial bracelet, it was enough to deal with ordinary threats. He would not be at a disadvantage even if he fought against Song Jing. However, Song Jing also had treasures, but she did not have time to use them this time. He always got ahead of her. If he remembered this lesson the next time, he would not be able to gain any advantage from Song Jing. It was best for the two of them not to meet each other, or else they would be at a disadvantage. This time, he almost died. Song Jing was too dangerous. He looked at the black bead and frowned. He did not dare to channel to explore it. Once he channeled it, it would explode. The power of that power was still terrifying. He used the omniscient mirror to observe, but found nothing. It was blocked by an invisible force. He used the heaven's eye to observe, but found nothing. This made him even more tempted. "Junior brother, are you back?" Ding Ding's voice came from outside. Chu Li said, "Senior brother, please come in." Ding Ding pushed the door open and entered. His long gray robe fluttered in the wind. His steps were calm, and he had the demeanor of an eminent monk. His gaze suddenly froze, and he stopped in his tracks. Ding Ding had always valued dignity and was usually meticulous. At this time, he lost his composure because of the black bead. This made Chu Li smile. "Senior brother, do you recognize this item?" Chu Li asked. Ding Ding's face darkened. He asked in a deep voice, "Where did it come from?" Chu Li said, "Do you know Senior Brother Meng Chun of Thousand Sun Island?" "Meng Chun of Thousand Sun Island. Flying Sun Divine Sword, right?" Ding Ding frowned. "Isn't he dead?" "They didn't die. They had a fortuitous encounter, and their cultivation level skyrocketed. This item was obtained from them," Chu Li said. "Its power is too shocking, but it's a Sarira." Ding Ding stared at the black bead and said coldly, "This is the most evil item in the world." Chu Li said, "Senior brother, tell me about it." This was formed when an eminent monk was killed by an extremely evil demonic technique right before his death. Ding Ding said in a deep voice, "The pureness of the utmost holiness and the utmost evil and evil combine to form such a power. This power is extremely vicious, destroying one's soul directly and preventing them from entering reincarnation." Chu Li thought about it. An extremely evil demonic technique? Could it be that demonic techniques still exist in this world? Of course, Ding Ding said. However, demonic techniques have disappeared without a trace. They're hidden and can't be eradicated. Just like yin and yang in the world. If there's yang, there must be yin. It can't be eradicated. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. "Why haven't I encountered them?" "Because you're Buddhist," Monk Ding Ding snorted. "We're the most sensitive when it comes to demonic arts. We can even sense them within a radius of 10 miles. Demonic arts are even more sensitive, so they'll notice us earlier and avoid us. It's almost impossible to find them." Chu Li frowned. Are they that afraid of us? Their martial arts can suppress us, and, at the same time, our martial arts can suppress them. Ding Ding said, moreover, after millions of years of suppression, they're extremely weak. They avoid us as much as they can and don't dare to fight us head-on. Chuli frowned as he looked at the black beads. As for these demonic Sariras, they're from a long time ago. Ding Ding scoffed. Back then, the demonic sect was very arrogant. Nowadays, they rarely dare to do so. Does that mean there's more? Chuli frowned. Yes, Ding Ding said hatefully. There will always be some who are extremely daring. Moreover, those from the demonic sect are influenced by demonic techniques. Their temperaments are the most extreme, and they're prone to taking risks. Chuli said, we can't catch up to them. What about the other sects? The other sects don't want to provoke them. Ding Ding shook his head. The demonic sect's actions are strange and unpredictable. It's very scary. Chuli asked, are there no good people in the demonic sect? As long as they cultivate demonic techniques, we Buddhists will kill them. Ding Ding said, the grudge between them can't be explained clearly. Demonic techniques, Chuli muttered. He was wondering if his heavenly demonic power was a demonic technique inheritance from this side. Fortunately, he had the life and death scripture, so he had always hidden the heavenly demonic power and never revealed it. Chapter 2777. A good romance novel website Ding Ding said, the people of Thousand Sun Island dared to use this. They really don't respect the Great Mercy Temple. Chuli said, will they return such a powerful treasure after obtaining it? If they do, the Great Mercy Temple will reward them handsomely. Ding Ding sneered, given the relationship between us and Thousand Sun Island, if they return, it will be difficult for us. Chuli said, don't be angry, senior brother. I've already killed the person who brought this relic, and a few of my senior brothers also died under this relic. You used it? Ding Ding frowned. Chuli nodded. I didn't know what it was. It was such a pity, but I couldn't care less when my life was at stake. How did you get into a fight with them? Ding Ding was confused. Thus, Chuli told them about the grudge between them and the events that had transpired. Ding Ding shook his head. You killed Song Jing, and she came back to life. The grudge between you two is getting stronger, and it can't be resolved. Chuli said, it's a matter of life and death. How can it be resolved? Song Jing was beautiful, but no matter how beautiful she was, if she wanted to take his life and showed no mercy, he would not be able to enjoy it. So he could only fight back with killing. Ding Ding said, I heard from the abbot that Song Jing had a long life of good fortune and virtue. Killing her is not a good omen, so the temple didn't kill her. Chuli raised his eyebrows. If we don't kill her, it'll be master and senior brothers who die. Ding Ding shook his head. Everyone has their own cause and effect. You should think about how to deal with the people of Thousand Sun Island. You might as well join forces with Miss Song. He did not have a bad impression of Song Jing. First, she was beautiful. Second, when she was dealing with the disciples of the Great Mercy Temple, she only crippled their martial arts, did not hurt them, and did not kill them. He felt that it was not impossible to resolve the grudge. After all, Song Jing's brother was too violent and killed himself. Even if it was not the Great Mercy Temple, someone else would have killed him. Song Jing was a reasonable person, so she should be able to think things through. Chuli sighed. Senior brother, you are too naive. Although Monk Ding Ding was intelligent and was in charge of intelligence, he was experienced and knowledgeable. He also had a deep understanding of the darkness of human nature, but he had never experienced the affairs of the world and was still unsophisticated. He had personally witnessed Song Jing's ruthlessness. She did not kill the disciples of the Great Mercy Temple out of kindness. She was worried that the Great Mercy Temple would be enraged and send out the best old monks. Monk Ding Ding snapped. There's nothing wrong with turning hostility into friendship. Chuli said, if it was someone else, it might be possible, but Song Jing, it's impossible. If we work together a few more times, our grudges will naturally be resolved. Monk Ding Ding said, This is a good opportunity. If we spend more time together, our grudges will naturally melt. Chu Li shook his head. He did not wish for this at all. Such a blood feud could never be resolved. There were not many wonderful things in the world that could turn hostility into friendship. Sigh. Monk Ding Ding was rather disappointed. Looks like we won't be able to work together to fight the enemy anymore. Chu Li said, I had no choice but to join forces. The next time we meet, we'll have to fight to the death. What a pity. Ding Ding shook his head. Chu Li could not help but laugh. He was amused. Monk Ding Ding still had a sense of romance in his bones. He was actually fantasizing about such a beautiful thing. He was really daydreaming. Song Jing appeared in a simple and elegant nunnery in a flash. The nunnery was located in a valley. It was surrounded by flowers and was as warm as spring. When a gust of wind blew, the flowers swayed in the wind, emitting a floral fragrance. Jing Xian was sitting in the small courtyard where Song Jing appeared. She was dressed in a plain black robe. Her crystal-clear and gentle oval face was filled with worry. She was quietly watching a few green bamboos in the corner. The green bamboos rustled, and the small courtyard seemed extraordinarily quiet. When Song Jing appeared, she turned her head abruptly. When she saw that it was her, she immediately called out joyfully, Junior sister. Song Jing smiled. Senior sister, how's your injury? How are you? Jing Xian looked her up and down and sighed. I was really afraid that you'd be killed again. It won't be that easy. Song Jing scoffed and sneered. I almost took his life. Jing Xian looked excited. Really? Tell me. She deeply understood how difficult it was to deal with Chu Li. She had no confidence in Song Jing. Although Song Jing's martial arts was stronger, and she was a capable person as the deputy island master, she was as childish as a child in front of Monk Ding Ru. It was too easy for her to be at a disadvantage. When Jing Xian heard that Song Jing almost killed Chu Li, she was surprised and even more curious. Song Jing recounted the incident in detail, wanting Jing Xian to help her analyze it. She did not hide anything at all. Although Jing Xian had a cold temperament and rarely showed herself, she had a deep understanding of the world and had a unique perspective. After listening to Song Jing, Jing Xian pursed her lips and smiled. In that case, you weren't at a disadvantage. You almost killed him. Unfortunately, I was only one step away. Song Jing shook her head. Jing Xian said, both of you are well matched. It's indeed better if you work together. Junior sister, have you ever thought of resolving this feud? Impossible. Song Jing said in a deep voice. I have to avenge Big Brother. Sigh. Jing Xian shook her head lightly. You know your Big Brother situation. He's definitely going to die. We might even make a move. We're just worried about you, so we've been holding it in. We have to avenge Big Brother, Song Jing said softly. Although her voice was soft, her tone was firm. Seeing this situation, Jing Xian knew that it was useless to persuade her. But your Big Brother's revenge has nothing to do with him. It's only related to his master. At that time, he hadn't become Monk Hui Guang's disciple yet. Well, he's Monk Hui Guang's disciple. Song Jing scoffed. Jing Xian pursed her lips and smiled. All right, then let's just say that he's blind and jumped in the fire pit himself. But you have to be careful. You might not be able to defeat him. Instead, you might be killed by him. She thought of how Song Jing died and shivered. The next time she was killed by Monk Ding Ru, she would not be able to revive. Song Jing said, Senior sister, I'm here to ask for help. I'm looking for a treasure that can restrain the God-destroying arrow and God-binding disc. Does Master have it? Treasure. Jing Xian thought about it and nodded slowly. He does have it, but you can only take one. No problem. Song Jing said with a smile. Song Jing said, It's a pity that the Thousand Sun Islands treasure was taken by Monk Ding Ru. I know that treasure. Jing Xian frowned and her face turned serious. It should be the demonic Sarira. Song Jing showed a curious expression. Jing Xian told her about the demonic Sarira and said in a deep voice, We Buddhists have the right to kill these people from the devil doctrine. It's a pity that you didn't get it. Otherwise, you could find the experts from the devil doctrine and eliminate them. Does the Great Mercy Temple have such a method? Song Jing asked. Jing Xian shook her head. It's unique to the heavenly moon nunnery. It has to be combined with the mystic void mirror. That's easy. I'll ask Monk Dingru for it, Song Jing said. Jing Xian smiled. Will he agree? Then we'll take it. Song Jing scoffed. After hearing about the demonic Sarira's origin, she immediately hated the people from the devil doctrine. All right. Jing Xian nodded. Also, be careful of the Thousand Sun Island. They have powerful people. Song Jing waved her hand and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 2778. Good romance novel website. Song Jing shook her head. She didn't want to expose the fact that the heavenly moon nunnery could use the demonic relic to track the devil doctrine. This was related to the safety of the heavenly moon nunnery. Once the news got out, the heavenly moon nunnery would immediately become a thorn in the side of all the disciples of the devil's doctrine, and they had to get rid of it. Although the devil's doctrine was weak and its power was declining, the centipede would not die. No one knew how many hidden forces they had and how many masters they had. Once they launched an attack, the Tianyuan nunnery might not be able to stop them. Chu Li frowned. That's impossible. See you again. As he spoke, he turned around to leave. Song Jing snorted and said, How about this? Use a relic to exchange for it. Chu Li chuckled and turned around. Song Jing snorted too. Chu Li continued to walk towards the entrance of the Great Mercy Temple. Two young monks were standing outside the Great Mercy Temple. They were smiling as they looked at them from afar. Even though they could not hear their conversation, they could see that the two of them were ready to fight at any moment. They were standing outside the temple to welcome the guests. They were all very perceptive and had already recognized Song Jing. They would never take the initiative to provoke this female devil. Otherwise, they would end up like their senior brothers, having their martial arts crippled. Only junior martial brother Ding Ru could deal with this female fiend. No one else could hear the conversation between Chu Li and Song Jing, as the surroundings had been locked. Not only the sound, but the void had also been locked, so no one could get close. Song Jing shouted 3. Chu Li stopped walking. He vaguely knew that 3 was the limit. Any more would make Song Jing fall out with him. To be able to obtain 3 relics in one go was already a great harvest. It was impossible for him to use the demon relic to blow people up again. Moreover, there was nothing he could do about it. He had tried many methods, including using the glassy Lotus Sutra to purify it, but none of them worked. The demon relic was far too sensitive. It would explode at the slightest touch. There was nothing the temple could do. As for the purification, that was the last resort. However, one could only obtain 1 Sarira from the Purgatory Transcendence. Now, he could obtain 3 Sarira. Naturally, it was a profitable transaction. How cunning. Song Jing snorted hatefully. Wait, I'll go get the Sarira. Go. Chu Li smiled and waved his hand. Song Jing disappeared in a flash. A moment later, she appeared again. She opened her jade-like hand, and 3 relics that were neither round nor flat appeared in her palm. They were like colored glass in yellow jade, emitting a gentle luster under the sunlight. Chu Li cultivated a Buddhist heart technique, so he could feel the holy aura emitted by the Sarira. It was devout and solemn at the same time, so he could not help but straighten his mind. He took out the magic relic and handed it to Song Jing. The two of them quickly snatched back the relic in each other's hands. Their movements were extremely fast, and they completed it almost at the same time. Bang! Both of them took a step back. Song Jing snorted. Despicable. As Chu Li reached out to grab the Sarira, he shot out a finger force in an attempt to restrain Song Jing. At the same time, he activated the God Binding Disc. Song Jing also gave him a finger force, but it was blocked by the Cosmos Bracelet. Same to you. Chu Li smiled. As expected, you found a treasure. At first, he was just guessing, but now he felt the familiar aura. He frowned and said, Are you wearing the Universe Bracelet on your wrist? Goodbye. Song Jing rolled her eyes at him and was about to disappear. Chu Li raised his wrist and said with a smile, Were they originally one? As he spoke, the Universe Bracelet on his wrist suddenly flashed, and appeared in front of Song Jing in the next moment. Ding! A clear sound was heard. The two universe bracelets collided, and it sounded like a jade plate. Chu Li frowned. His universe bracelet bounced off, but it did not merge with the other universe bracelet. It even felt like they were attracted to each other, as if they did not belong to each other. It seemed like he had guessed wrong, and they were not a pair. Song Jing sneered. What a despicable and shameless person. She saw through Chu Li's intention at a glance. You want to take her universe bracelet? She reached out and tried to take off Chu Li's universe bracelet. Chu Li's universe bracelet flashed and returned to his wrist. He smiled and said, "It seems like your universe bracelet cannot be activated. What a pity, what a pity. Why don't we exchange?" Song Jing said, "Ding Ru, take a guess. What I want to do with a magic relic." "Tell me," Chu Li said. Song Jing sneered and said, "Guess it yourself." Chu Li said, "It's not difficult for me to get it. There should be more on Thousand Sun Island. All right, why don't we go and see Li Fei Yu?" Song Jing frowned and muttered. She scoffed. "No need. If I stay with you, I don't know when I'll be harmed by you." She flashed away after saying that. Chu Li shook his head and sighed regretfully. It was a pity that he could not find out the characteristics of the universe bracelet. The force was so familiar, it must be related to his own universe bracelet. It was just that he could not find it. It was a pity that he had never seen any records of the universe bracelet. When he thought of this, he turned back to the temple and handed the 3 relics to Monk Ding Ru. Then, he flashed again and arrived in front of Heaven Moon Nunnery. Heaven Moon Nunnery was hidden in the deep valley, like an orchid in the valley. No one knew about it. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the valley, and a delicate fragrance lingered. It was truly a beautiful place for peach blossoms. Chu Li sighed in admiration. He wanted to stay here for a while, so that all worldly things would disappear and his mind would be clear. "I'm about Buddha." A gentle and pleasant Buddhist chant was heard. Nun Jing Xian fluttered out of the flowers and appeared in front of Chu Li. She pressed her palms together and smiled. "Great Master Ding Ru, I didn't expect to meet you so soon." Chu Li smiled. "Nun Jing Xian, sorry to disturb you. May I know what business you have with me, Great Master Ding Ru?" Nun Jing Xian smiled. "Heaven Moon Nunnery and Great Mercy Temple have always minded our own business. We don't have any relations. Although they were both Buddhist sects, Great Mercy Temple and Heaven Moon Nunnery were in the east and Heaven Moon Nunnery respectively. The distance between them was immeasurable, and it was almost impossible for them to have any conflict of interest. Even if they were both Buddhist disciples, there were differences between men and women. Chu Li said, "Nun, I'm here to ask about the Devil's Sect. The Great Mercy Temple should also know about the Devil's Doctrine," Jing Xian Nun said with a smile. Her refusal was obvious. She did not want to deal with Chu Li. Chu Li shook his head. "I don't know much, but since your nunnery wants the Devil's Relic, you must have a way to track down the people of the Devil's Sect." Nun Jing Xian chuckled and shook her head. "Great Master Ding Ru is really imaginative." She was shocked. She did not expect Chu Li to have guessed this. Could it be that they were very obvious, or did Junior Sister Song let the cat out of the bag? She then denied this thought. Junior Sister Song was also very smart. It was impossible for her to let the cat out of the bag. Chu Li smiled. "I was just guessing. Otherwise, your nunnery wouldn't have asked for the Devil's Relic. It seems that I was right. Your nunnery can track down the people of the Devil's Sect through the Devil's Relic." Nun Jing Xian was about to speak. Chu Li waved his hand and interrupted her. "Actually, I have the same idea. I've been trying to find a way, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to. I also hate the Devil's Sect. Why don't we work together? If your nunnery can track down the Devil's Sect, you can teach me your method. I'll announce to the world that I can do it." Nun Jing Xian was stunned and looked at him in surprise. Chu Li said emotionally, "I want to see if they can assassinate me. At the same time, I can lure them to show themselves, lest they keep developing in the dark and grow stronger without knowing it." P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2779. A Good Romance. BQG 6. CC Nun Jing Xian smiled. "Master, are you not afraid of death?" Chu Li said, "Everyone is afraid of death, but I don't want to live a mediocre life." "I see," Nun Jingxian suddenly realized. She immediately understood Chu Li's thoughts. He was greedy for excitement and adventure. He did not want to live a peaceful life. His thoughts were completely different from Heaven Moon Temple. Heaven Moon Temple focused on being calm, gentle, and enjoying the beauty of the world. Every flower, grass, wood, and stone was the creation of heaven and earth. They were all exquisite works and great enjoyment. Therefore, to live a peaceful life, being ordinary was the real thing. Chu Li said, "Nun, you don't have to hide it. I know that Heaven Moon Temple came from Black Void Mirror. You must have a secret skill that Buddhism doesn't have, so you can use the demonic Sarira to find demon sect masters." Nun Jingxian gently shook her head. "This is just Master's guess, but the grudge between Master and junior sister Song can't be resolved." Chu Li sighed and showed a helpless expression. "I want to resolve it, but Miss Song is not willing. She is obsessed with revenge and has already formed a demon in her heart. She can't get rid of it if she doesn't kill me, so she must kill me." "What a pity." Nun Jing Xian gently shook her head. She had been very worried about Song Jing. She was afraid that she could not fight against this heroic and cunning monk. If she continued to fight, she would still be at a disadvantage and might even lose her life. She had seen Chu Li's ruthlessness. He did not hesitate and would not hesitate just because of her junior sister's beauty. Chu Li nodded. "This is how the world works. But Miss Song is Miss Song, and Heaven Moon Nunnery is Heaven Moon Nunnery. I won't vent my anger on Heaven Moon Nunnery because of Miss Song. We'll still work together, and everything is for the sake of fighting against the devil sect. You are so magnanimous, I will not hide it anymore." "It is true." Nun Jingxian was affected by his fearless spirit and sighed. "Although Heaven Moon Temple has this secret skill, it is useless. We have the heart, but not the power. Indeed, it will also bring trouble to Heaven Moon Temple." Chu Li nodded, "Then pass it to me. I want to experience the power of the demon sect." Jingxian Nun looked at him and asked, "Master, why do you hate the devil's doctrine so much? Logically speaking, the devil's doctrine has not appeared in the martial arts world for tens of thousands of years and has disappeared without a trace. It should have nothing to do with you. If the previous generation's top-notch masters hated the devil's doctrine, it would be natural. However, she found it strange that Chu Li hated the devil's doctrine so much. After all, seeing was believing. Those who had never personally experienced the cruelty of the devil's doctrine would not hate them so much no matter how much they heard. Chu Li smiled. "Maybe I have a hunch that they'll be a great enemy." "It's not junior sister Song," Nun Jingxian said. Chu Li shook his head. "Compared to Sea Traveler, the devil's doctrine is much more terrifying and dangerous." What he said was the truth. His hatred towards the devil's doctrine seemed to be unfounded, but it was actually an instinctive hostility and hatred. He did not know where it came from, but he believed in his intuition. The experts of the devil's sect would definitely be his greatest enemy, and they would be big trouble. He had to strike first and gain the upper hand. He couldn't just passively take a beating. The Great Mercy Temple did not have any news about the devil's doctrine at all. This was really abnormal. They had hidden for 10,000 years without leaving a trace. It was not that the devil's doctrine was extinct, but that they were clever enough to hide it from the Great Mercy Temple. Even if they were to deal with the disciples of the Great Mercy Temple, the Great Mercy Temple would probably be unprepared. They had to guard against such hidden means. Jingxian Nun said, "Follow me." She turned and walked away gracefully. Chu Li followed her into the nunnery. As soon as he entered, the sandalwood fragrance lingered and his mind was peaceful. Jingxian Nun brought him straight to a small courtyard and knocked on the door. "Nun Master, Great Mercy Temple's Master Dingru is here. Please come in." A gentle voice was heard. The small courtyard door opened, and Jingxian Nun and Chu Li entered. Chu Li saw Nun Miao Jing, the nun of Heaven Moon Nunnery. Nun Miao Jing wore a plain black robe and a gray hat. Her fair face was covered with frost. She said coldly, "You're Dingru who wants to kill Xiao Jing?" Chu Li pressed his palms together. Dingru greets, Nun Master. How dare you to come here? Do you think that I can't kill you? Nun Miao Jing scoffed. Her voice was soft. Even when she was overflowing with murderous intent, she did not give off a stern feeling. It was as if she was joking. However, Chu Li's heart tightened. He felt a strong pressure and chill as if she was about to attack. Chu Li hurriedly said, Nun Master, do you want to teach me the technique of tracking the devil's doctrines, masters? He knew that Nun Miao Jing could really do it. He had already inquired about the Heaven Moon Nunnery's background in the temple. He had even personally asked Abbot Xing about the temperament of the Nun Master, Nun Miao Jing. She really did whatever she wanted. She was unrestrained and unrestrained. Chu Li's eyes widened as he listened. He had always felt that he lived to his heart's content, but this Nun Miao Jing was better than him. Her behavior was strange, and ordinary people could not guess. Such a secret technique is taught just like that. Nun Miao Jing said coldly, Ridiculous. Chu Li looked at her helplessly. She was indeed not an ordinary person. She did not care about the temperament of a master at all and directly treated him with a cold face. Chu Li said, What do you think, Nun Master? Not taught. Nun Miao Jing scoffed. Chu Li wanted to say that if he did not teach it and outsiders found out, Heaven Moon Nunnery would still be in trouble. However, he also knew that with Nun Miao Jing's temper, if he said that, he would definitely be kicked out of Heaven Moon Nunnery. Nun Miao Jing glanced at him and said lightly, I heard that you killed young Jing. Chu Li nodded. Nun Miao Jing scoffed. Do you think that young Jing is easy to bully? After she said that, she did not wait for Chu Li to speak and waved her sleeve. Bang! Chu Li flew out and fluttered out of the small courtyard. Master, Nun Jing Xian hurriedly said. Nun Miao Jing rolled her eyes at her and scoffed. You have to be more ruthless to this kind of guy. Otherwise, he will climb up the pole. Nun Jing Xian shook her head helplessly. Chu Li staggered and landed on the ground. Fortunately, he had the protection of the interspatial bracelet, so he was not injured. However, this Nun Miao Jing's cultivation level was indeed higher than Song Jing's, and her martial arts was also at the peak of perfection. The power of this sleeve was tyrannical. Without the interspatial bracelet, he would definitely be seriously injured. She was ruthless, obviously to vent Song Jing's anger. He raised his voice and said, Since Abbess does not welcome me, then I shall take my leave. He spoke but did not move. Nun Miao Jing scoffed. If you want a secret skill, you can. Give me 4 relics in exchange. Chu Li frowned. None. This is impossible. I don't have so many relics. Goodbye. Then get lost. Nun Miao Jing scoffed. Chu Li pressed his palms together and turned to leave. Nun Jing Xian hurriedly whispered, Master, Nun Miao Jing said, For relics, don't let go. Nun Miao Jing said helplessly, Master, what's the harm in passing it to him? We will have an additional helper. This secret skill is not a powerful skill to hurt people. It is only useful for the demon sect. For relics. Nun Miao Jing scoffed. Nun Miao Jing was angry and anxious, but she was helpless. If we really force him away, even if we don't tell others, we will not benefit from it. His suggestion is more beneficial to us. She had always been worried that Heaven Moon Nunnery would become the target of all the demon sect disciples. Now, someone was helping Heaven Moon Nunnery to the disaster. How fortunate was it? Reading on a mobile phone was more refreshing. Chapter 2780. A Good Romance. BQG 6. CC, don't worry, I know what to do. Abbess Miao Jing said. Jing Xian hurriedly said. What if he leaves and completely gives up? Master, you still attack him and bully the younger generation. If word gets out, people will laugh at you. You little girl. Abbess Miao Jing rolled her eyes at her. If you do things by the book, you'll be at a disadvantage. Jing Xian said, I won't make a mistake if I do things by the book. Master, I don't have your wisdom and determination. It's better to do things honestly and not make mistakes. Abbess Miao Jing snorted. I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you to succeed the throne. Jing Xian said, let's not talk about this first. Let's quickly call Master Dingru back. Abbess Miao Jing waved her hand. Don't worry, he will definitely come back. Impossible. Abbess Jing Xian shook her head. He has already been treated like this by you. How can he have the face to come back? You're so naive. Abbess Miao Jing snorted. He is not a shameless person at all. He can't even see through his obsession with Buddhism. Your Buddhism cultivation is far worse than his. When Abbess Jing Xian said this, she frowned and hesitated. Although Master's way of doing things was unreasonable and willful, the results were always very gratifying. She did not suffer any losses. Abbess Miao Jing closed her eyes. Abbess Jing Xian sighed and shook her head helplessly. She also closed her eyes and waited to see if Master was right and if Chu Li could come back. After a while, Chu Li's voice sounded outside. Once Sarira. Jing Xian suddenly opened her eyes. Abbess Miao Jing also opened her eyes and smiled proudly at Jing Xian. Jing Xian shook her head and sighed. She was really naive. She was much worse than Master and the others. She could not be so shameless. 3. Abbess Miao Jing snorted. Chu Li said lightly, I only have one Sarira. If you don't agree, then I can only leave. There's no other way. I can't go to the temple to ask for 2 Sarira. The temple will never agree and will even prohibit me from doing so. Am I right, Abbess Miao Jing? Nonsense. Where's the Sarira from young Jing? That has been handed over, Chu Li said. All right, one it is. Abbess Miao Jing replied resentfully. Naturally, she could hear the underlying threat in Chu Li's words. Based on the Great Mercy Temple's usual style of doing things, they would never agree to Chu Li's request once they found out about it. Thank you, Abbess Master, Chu Li said. Nun Miao Jing was rather unhappy. She wasn't able to help Song Jing get back at her, and she still lost 2 of them. However, it was a good thing to be able to get rid of this hot potato. Otherwise, it would always be a hidden danger. She had a vague feeling that the Devil's Doctrine had recovered a little bit of its vitality and had gained some momentum. If they really went crazy, the Heaven Moon Nunnery would not be able to stop them. With Chu Li as a target, it would be best to take the opportunity to test the depth of the Devil's Doctrine. Come in, Nun Miao Jing snorted. Chu Li pushed the door open and entered. He pressed his palms together and smiled. He took out a Sarira and handed it to Jing Xian. Jing Xian took it with her fair hands. She glanced at it and looked up at Chu Li. She knew that it was a Sarira from the temple as soon as she touched it. Its aura was similar to hers. The Sarira of a senior with a top-notch cultivation level made her feel familiar and close. It was obviously a Sarira obtained from Song Jing. This made her feel awkward. She thought about it and handed it to Nun Miao Jing. After Nun Miao Jing took it, she snorted and said, Cunning boy. Chu Li pressed his palms together and smiled. Nun Miao Jing said, All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Chu Li said, Thank you, Nun. This is the method to track the Devil's Doctrine's masters. Take it and have a look. Nun Miao Jing took off a string of prayer beads from her wrist and threw it to Chu Li. Chu Li took it with both hands. Fortunately, the prayer beads didn't contain a strong inner energy. They emitted a dark luster that was warm and restrained. They revealed a dignified aura and had the effect of calming one's mind. His gaze focused as he stared at the prayer beads. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, the tiny words on the prayer beads were clearly visible. Each prayer bead was a mantra. There were a total of 9 prayer beads, and 9 mantras were directly imprinted into his mind. Nun Miao Jing said, I've given you the mantra. Whether you can cultivate it or not depends on your own ability. This is the real mantra. Don't think that I'm fooling you. Of course. Chu Li nodded. He believed that Nun Miao Jing taught him the real mantra. However, this mantra was obscure and mysterious. He really couldn't understand it in a short time. He needed to study and understand it. Nun Miao Jing said, To cultivate this mantra, you need the mysterious sky mirror heart technique. I'm afraid you won't understand it. Chu Li said, I see. You know the mysterious sky mirror heart technique, right? Nun Miao Jing said. Chu Li nodded. I know a thing or two. It's only the first and second level. That's about it. Nun Miao Jing said. One level is enough. Chu Li pressed his palms together. Thank you, Nun. I'll take my leave. By the way, the demonic Sura swoosh. A black light shot out from Nun Miao Jing's sleeve and instantly arrived in front of his eyebrows. Chu Li's palm was already in front of his eyebrows. He steadily caught the black bead and put it in his sleeve. He did not hide the trembling of his palm. He pressed his palms together. I'll take my leave. After he said that, he fluttered away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Master, Jing Xian could not stand it. They had already reached a deal. It was too much to give her a show of strength before leaving. Nun Miao Jing closed her eyes and scoffed. This little monk is really annoying. People of the same kind hated people of the same kind. She felt that Chu Li was the same kind of person as her, so she especially disliked him. She would bully him whenever she had the chance. Jing Xian shook her head. Chu Li returned to his own courtyard in the Great Mercy Temple and began to comprehend the Heaven Moon Nunnery's heart technique. This heart technique did not have a name, so Chu Li secretly named it the Demon Chasing Technique. The Demon Chasing Technique was mysterious, and it needed to be compatible with the Black Void Mirror Heart Technique. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to get started. Fortunately, he knew a little about the Black Void Mirror Heart Technique, so it was easy to get started. After that, he had to familiarize himself with it. This heart technique did not have levels, but the more familiar it was, the more sensitive it would be. If he was not familiar with it, his senses would be slower, and the range of his senses would be naturally shortened. He had been immersed in cultivation. 3 days later, he suddenly had a thought and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared outside Flow River City. The omniscient mirror observed the entire Flow River City, and his spirit quickly noticed the peak of a mountain. There were 9 people standing on the peak. One of them was Li Feiyu, whom he knew, and the other 8 were elders. Chu Li was also very familiar with their auras. They were the top masters of Thousand Sun Island. Looking at their auras, Chu Li could conclude that they should be like Meng Chun. They had a fortuitous encounter and cultivated together. They had just come out of isolation not long ago. Their auras were similar, and their cultivation levels were similar. The 9 elders surrounded Li Feiyu. Chu Li felt that Li Feiyu was in danger. He was secretly shocked. Thousand Sun Island was really resourceful. When he threw out the demonic relic, he mentioned Li Feiyu. He did not expect that they would actually find out and find Li Feiyu's sect to settle the score. Li Feiyu's face showed no fear. He stared coldly at the 9 people and said in a low voice, "What, Thousand Sun Island? Ridiculous. Reading on mobile phones is more refreshing." Chapter 2781. A Good Romance. BQG 6. CC Chu Li was shocked when he saw this. If Li Feiyu had taken this out, he might not have been able to escape. With the God-binding disc, God-vanquishing arrow, and this he would not have been able to survive. Fortunately, Li Feiyu did not bring this with him, or he would have run far away. Maybe he had learned his lesson last time, so he brought such a dangerous thing. The 9 elders laughed coldly, even though they felt guilty. Li Feiyu snorted. "I told you the truth, but you didn't listen. If you want to die, then we'll die together." Xiong Tianlang said lightly. "How brave. You forced us to do this." Li Feiyu sneered angrily. "You Thousand Sun Island people are really arrogant, not giving people a chance to speak. You treated Song Jing like this too. She and Ding Ru were enemies, but Meng Chun did not care and tried to kill her. In the end, the 2 of them had to work together, and Meng Chun was killed instead. He deserved it." His eyes were bloodshot, and he glared at them angrily. He seemed to have lost control and was ready to fight at any time. Xiong Tianlang and the others could not help but feel nervous and anxious. They were afraid that he would throw the 9-sun pearl away and die with them. All right, senior brother Meng had his reasons for doing that. Xiong Tianlang shook his head and sighed. He recognized Song Jing and wanted to kill her. Coincidentally, she was with Ding Ru, so he took the opportunity to kill them. I didn't expect them to be so difficult. I see. Li Feiyu seemed to catch his breath and snorted. Ding Ru and Song Jing were not weak, and they had treasures called the God-binding disc. One had a God-vanquishing arrow, and they each had one. One restrained Meng Chun and the other used the God-vanquishing arrow. It was really easy to kill them one by one. Xiong Tianlang looked at the other 8. I think I've heard of the God-binding disc. It is said that it can freeze the body and is extremely vicious, an elder said in a low voice. His words made Xiong Tianlang believe Li Feiyu even more. What about you? Xiong Tianlang snorted. You really didn't kill our people? With them, I didn't even need help. Li Feiyu curled his lips and said, to be honest, your Thousand Sun Island only has a reputation to scare people. If you really fight, you are no match for Monk Ding Ru and Song Jing. Even I feel ashamed for you. Ding Ru and Song Jing. Xiong Tianlang gritted his teeth and said, these two must die. Then you have to be careful of their God-binding disc and God-vanquishing arrow, Li Feiyu said. If you can't restrain these two treasures, you'll just be sending yourselves to your deaths. With just one God-binding disc, what's the use of having more people? That's true. Xiong Tianlang nodded. I wonder if young Master Li knows of any treasures that can restrain the two of them? I don't know either. Li Feiyu shook his head. These two treasures are too powerful, and they are a set. Fine, we'll find a treasure to restrain them, said Xiong Tianlang. Then young Master Li, even if we don't fight, we won't get to know each other. Many thanks for the information you provided. If we really manage to kill those two, we'll definitely be grateful. You don't have to thank me. Just don't bother me again. Oh, right, Song Jing is in the city. Li Feiyu waved his hand and left. Xiong Tianlang and the others watched, not daring to stop him. How can we let him get away like this? An elder said, the 9-sun pearl should be something dangerous. It's best not to mess with it. Xiong Tianlang shook his head. We still need to avenge Senior Brother Meng and the others. We can't let this kid get away with it. I really want to kill him, another elder said. Even on the island, they were elders and respected by the disciples. They had never been bullied like this by a junior. They all wanted to kill Li Feiyu, but they didn't dare to act rashly. We were too careless, Xiong Tianlang said. If we did a sneak attack and didn't give him a chance to take out the 9-sun pearl, how could we do that? The 8 elders were silent. Some were convinced, some were not, but they didn't refute. We won't do it next time, especially against Ding Ru and Song Jing. We have to sneak attack. Xiong Tianlang snorted. They killed Senior Brother Meng, so it's worth it. Is the God-binding plate and God-vanquishing arrow real? Most likely true. Li Feiyu is a despicable person, so it should be true. All the more reason to sneak attack. Don't give Ding Ru the chance to use the God-binding plate, Xiong Tianlang said. Chu Li appeared outside the Palace of Sky, Joy in a flash, and went inside. There was a queue outside the Palace of Sky, Joy. People stared at the inside with smiles on their faces. As long as they came here and lined up, it meant that their illness would no longer be a problem, and they would definitely be cured. Chu Li was so fast that the protectors didn't even have time to react before he disappeared. The people around him didn't even see him clearly. He appeared in the main hall. Song Jing frowned and looked up at him. Why are you here? Chu Li said. The people from Thousand Sun Island are here. They'll be here soon. Song Jing said. What do you want? Chu Li snorted. There are 9 of them. I just heard from Li Feiyu, and they're going to sneak attack you. Not sneak attack you, Song Jing said. Chu Li shook his head. You're the closest. They want to find me and have to go to the Great Mercy Temple. It's a waste of time and energy, so they'll kill you first and then attack us one by one. All right, we'll work together, Song Jing said. Just like last time, one demonic relic will take care of them. Chu Li looked at her. I still want to get more demonic relic from them. He quickly said, they're here. The omniscient mirror had already seen the 9 of them enter the city. After asking around for Song Jing's name, he immediately found out about the Palace of Sky Joy and headed straight for it. This was also because Song Jing was too famous. Song Jing frowned and looked at him. She didn't sense the arrival of the enemy, but Chu Li did. Could it be that his cultivation level was higher than hers? It could only mean that his spiritual cultivation level was stronger and his senses were sharper. She needed to be careful of this. With you as bait, I will activate the God-binding plate and God-destroying arrow, Chu Li said. And the universe bracelet at the critical moment. Song Jing nodded. Chu Li said, give me a few hits. Song Jing did not hesitate to hit Chu Li's chest with her palms as fast as lightning. Chu Li flew backward after being hit by the palms. He crashed through the curtain and disappeared in the air. The two of them cooperated well and knew what the other wanted to do. With Chu Li in the dark, Song Jing actually felt a sense of peace. She quickly put aside this feeling and focused on the sick old man in front of her. She smiled at the old man and nodded. The old man quickly saluted to thank her and hurried out. Song Jing continued to treat others until the people behind her were all healed. Then, she left the hall and went to the backyard of the house. She stood by the flowers with her hands behind her back and looked relaxed. Suddenly, a wave suddenly appeared and instantly reached her back. Song Jing moved a foot to the side and barely avoided the palm. 9 old men appeared out of thin air and attacked Song Jing without hesitation. The palm energy covered the sky and covered the earth. P.S. Update complete. Reading on the phone is more refreshing. Chapter 2782. A Good Romance. BQG 6. CC. The shadows of the palms were everywhere, like a spider web covering the sky. In addition, the surrounding space lock technique was more powerful, so Song Jing could no longer escape from their attacks. They revealed smiles, and they were just about to speak when their expressions suddenly changed, and they instantly became extremely gloomy. Boundless energy suddenly arrived and instantly confined them on the spot, causing them to be unable to move in the slightest. Their bodies were frozen by an invisible force, and so were their inner energy. They could not use it. Only their eyes and mouths could move. God-binding disc, someone shouted. Among the 9 people, there was no lack of quick reflexes. They immediately realized that they had fallen into a trap. Song Jing, you used the God-binding disc, Xiong Tianlang said. His eyes widened in disbelief. They had already understood the power and usage of the God-binding disc and God-destroying arrow. They knew that they needed a huge amount of energy to activate and could not be used by one person. At least 2 people were required to activate them. Seeing that Song Jing was alone, they were relieved and did not hesitate to attack. They learned from their previous lessons and attacked like a thunderbolt. They did not hold back and wanted to kill her in one hit. However, they did not expect to fall into a trap. The God-binding disc was used, and they were caught off guard. They were frozen in place and could not move. They wanted to resist, but were powerless. TSS, 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 TSS. A whistling sound was heard. Song Jing flicked her fingers and shot out gusts of wind. Pop, 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 pop. With a soft, muffled sound, bloody holes appeared on their foreheads. Then their eyes slowly dimmed. They stared angrily and did not close their eyes. They died with grievances. Clap, clap. Chu Li appeared in the void. He clapped and praised. Such agile skills, I admire you. As he spoke, he flashed in front of Xiong Tianlang and reached for the demonic relic. Bang! A jade-like hand blocked his big hand. The 2 palms collided and they both took a step back. Chu Li narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Miss Song, are you turning against me again? You're the one turning against me. Song Jing scoffed. I kill these people. You can't take it all for yourself. Chu Li smiled. How about we each take half? Okay, Song Jing said, but I'll take it. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Miss Song, you underestimate me. You've done a lot of despicable things, Song Jing said coldly. Chu Li said, we've been tricked by Li Feiyu this time. We wanted to shift the blame to him, but we didn't expect him to sell us out so cleanly. He told these guys about our treasures and tricks, so they immediately launched a sneak attack. I'm just a lowly person. Song Jing frowned. Although she hated Li Feiyu to the core, No matter how polite she pretended to be, she could not hide the arrogance and greed in her bones. She also had a strong desire to possess Li Feiyu. She would rather talk to her mortal enemy, Chu Li, than pay any attention to Li Feiyu. Chu Li asked, "Should we go and settle the score with him directly?" "Forget it." Song Jing gently waved her sleeves. Xiong Tianlong's clothes fluttered as if they were being swept up by a gale. One by one, items came out of his chest, came out of his sleeves, and floated in the air before slowly falling onto the stone table beside him. They were arranged neatly and clearly. "There really is a demonic Saraira," Chu Li exclaimed. With a wave of his hand, 3 of the 7 demon relics flew over. Seeing that he was so tactful, Song Jing scoffed, but did not say anything. Instead, she let out a smile. Chu Li said, "Li Feiyu has a treasure called the 9-Sun Pearl. It's said to be unusually powerful." "I know this." Song Jing nodded. "The 9-Sun Pearl is made by the Blood Sun sect. It's evil and overbearing." Blood Sun sect. Chu Li frowned. He felt that the name was familiar, but then he remembered. Song Jing slowly said, "You've heard of it, right? One of the demon sects." Chu Li scoffed. Why would Li Feiyu have a treasure from the Blood Sun sect? His instincts told him that the demon sect was a huge threat, a threat that could take his life. He needed to take it seriously. This was the feeling of meeting a natural enemy. He felt an inexplicable sense of hostility and caution. He's extremely lucky. Who knows what kind of fortuitous encounter he had? Song Jing said lightly, "But we really have to guard against this item. It's more powerful than the demonic Saraira. It's an evil item made by those evil people from the demon sect. Miss Song, let's work together again." Chu Li said, "I've already mastered the heart technique. I can use the demonic Saraira to chase after the demon sect's masters." "You want to kill the demon sect's masters?" Song Jing frowned and hesitated. From the perspective of the Heaven Moon Nunnery's disciples, the demon sect's masters must be killed. However, from the perspective of the Paradise Island, the demon sect had no conflict with them. They should not be distracted. Chu Li said, "Do you want to wait for them to wreak havoc everywhere before you have to fight? You're overreacting. They're not strong enough now." Song Jing scoffed. "I'm afraid they're going to lose their legacy soon." Chu Li said seriously, "Based on my instincts, the demon sect has already become strong. It's just that their methods are brilliant and they can't hide it. They're slowly devouring the martial arts world. When that time comes, there's no way to fight back." "You're thinking too much," Song Jing said. Chu Li said, "Then forget it. I'll do it myself." Song Jing frowned and stared at him. Chu Li smiled. "Why don't we try it out here?" "Okay." Song Jing scoffed. "Don't worry. I won't attack you when you use the heart technique." Chu Li said, "But be careful of Li Feiyu. He might be watching us." Song Jing nodded. Chu Li placed the 3 demon relics into his chest pocket and then took out another one. He began to activate the chant. A moment later, a strange aura slowly drilled out from the demon relic. It was a faint black smoke. Song Jing saw it and believed Chu Li. He had indeed cultivated the unique heart technique of Heaven Moon Temple. Unfortunately, she did not manage to cultivate it. She was only at the beginner level of the mystical mirror, so she could not cultivate it. However, she had seen it with her own eyes. "Let's go and take a look," Chu Li said. He floated away like a wisp of smoke. Song Jing hesitated for a while before following behind him. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already 100 miles away. They entered a deep mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Li suddenly stopped. His expression changed. "Retreat." Song Jing retreated without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, they were in a forest on the opposite peak. Song Jing stepped on the treetops and looked into the distance. She asked, "What's going on?" Chu Li stared at the opposite peak. He said with a serious expression, "There's a powerful formation there. We'll die if we barge in." "What a powerful formation. Did you really find a master from the Devil's Doctrine?" Song Jing asked. Chu Li said slowly, "There's more than one. There are a total of 20 masters from the Devil's Doctrine in the opposite mountain." Song Jing's expression darkened. "So many?" There were only a few masters from the devil's doctrine in the world. How could there be 20 of them hidden here? However, Dingru would not lie about such things. Chuli scoffed. Why would I lie to you? Wait and see. Song Jing became silent. Her expression was uncertain. If that was the case, they would have to guard against the revival of the devil's doctrine. It would be a disaster for Heaven Moon Temple. All the Buddhist sects would bear the brunt of it. Their hatred was as deep as the sea. There would be a bloody storm. The two of them stood in the forest until night. There was no movement at all. It was more refreshing to read on the phone. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.